Mama's in the living room watching Judge Judy. I'm in the kitchen eating leftover sushi, and she yells, "Oh, girl, you gotta hear this one." A man was arrested for running the theme park, and when they said, "Where's your license?" he said, "My dog ate it." Oh, you can't make this shit up. Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on her Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, "Girl, you gotta hear this one." Mama loves to laugh at how absurd life is, says it's all a comedy and I'm her audience. And I love the way she makes fun of the world. She said, "You'll never guess what's with their girlfriend. It was a man who didn't get us out of the bed. He said, I've been through hell and now I need some help. You just can't make this shit up. You just can't make this shit up." Sometimes I wonder if life's just one big cosmic joke. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout. It's like she's on a Reddit, reading r/funny lawsuits, yelling from the couch. As she sips on a Prosecco, makes fun of all the weirdos, and then I hear her shout, "Girl, you gotta hear this one."
Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I know it's an early morning stream today, but we are going to tune in live to a NTSB hearing or meeting, whatever they're calling it these days, on the DCA collision that happened between an American Eagle jet and a Sikorsky Black Hawk helicopter. It is currently live. We are going to tune in right about now. I have been covering this from it when it happened because, for those of you who don't know, I am a former member of the military, and I worked on airplanes in the military as an aviation electronics tech. Mr. Squid has a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering. I am halfway to one. I just haven't finished it. And he currently works in civilian aviation. My mom has worked in civilian aviation. I have worked in civilian aviation. And I was also a figure skater. So the fact that I think 12 figure skaters under the age of 18 and their parents and families all perished in this accident made it incredibly personal to me in more ways than one. So we are going to get into this. It's live. We're a couple minutes behind, but we're going to and whoever lives above the Mason-Dixon line, can you please get Mother Nature? She's drunk and wandering in my yard again. It's 25 degrees here. It is cold AF. I moved to the south to get away from this crap, and it followed me. Can somebody please come get her?
The first responders to this accident and the aviation community as a whole, as we have mourned the loss of 67 lives nearly 1 year ago from an accident and tragedy that never, ever should have happened. As difficult as this year has been for so many, though, I know it has been most difficult for the family and friends who lost loved ones in this accident. Whether you're here today with us or online or watching at a later date, please know that I, my fellow board members, and our entire agency mean it when we say we have not let a day go by when we are not thinking about your loved ones. They have been on our minds and in our hearts at each and every step of this process. Our investigation has been a grueling and challenging process, but I cannot imagine having to endure all of this in the eyes of the public. I will continue to pray for each and every one of you. I imagine there will be some difficult moments today for all of us.
Oh, and the Russian figure skating coaches that were on that plane, their son was not on the plane. He took an earlier flight. He is going to the Olympics in like 2 weeks. So he made it to the Olympics on the American team. FYI.
Systems around them. We are not here today to place blame on any individual or any organization, but we are here to ensure those systems that failed to protect 67 people on January 29, 2025, never fail again. To that end, I remain steadfast in my commitment to forcefully advocate for all the safety recommendations we adopt
He does not
today
move down
moving
here yet.
forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Excellent statement. And I do want to point out, this was as I said at the initial press conference, an all hands on deck investigation and on-scene work. Member Graham, I know that you were there. You met with families, some of which are from your home. So thank you very much for your work. Now I want to yield a couple minutes to Member Inman, who was the board member on scene for this accident, and thank you for your work.
Thanks, Chair. First off, to the staff, thank you for dedicating almost a year of your life to this. I know for many of you, it has been a singular mission. For many others, they've helped and supported, so we appreciate it. It is not easy what you do, nor what you face every day. To the family members, I'm sorry. On behalf of all of us, we should not be here. I told you yesterday, none of us should be here. You would hope someday we could actually get rid of the NTSB because there was no longer a need. But unfortunately, from tragedy, we draw knowledge to improve the safety for us all. So for that, I'm sorry. It will not be an easy day. And I think as Mike just said, there is no singular person to blame for this. These were systemic issues across multiple organizations. And I think as you'll see, we will place a lot of the information that you're going to hear on those responsible organizations and hopefully make recommendations so that this never happens again. But while the board meeting may end today, it's not over. Tomorrow begins the advocacy. It begins the time to get the recommendations. It's the time to actually really start the hard work for a lot of people that may go on for years, but we will be with you throughout that time. We're not going anywhere. I know you're not. We're there to work with you and to help you in any way we can. So for that, again, I am sorry for us being here. I wish it did not happen. I never want to sit before another family and do the briefings like we had to do in the days after that crash. I know we cried together, and we'll probably do that again today. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Inman. Appreciate that. The NTSB meets today to finalize our investigation of the mid-air collision between a Black Hawk operated by the U.S. Army under the call sign PAT-25 and a CRJ 700 operated by PSA Airlines as American Airlines Flight 5342. The collision occurred on January 29, 2025 at about 8:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, about half a mile southeast of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Tragically, there were no survivors. The 2 pilots, 2 flight attendants, and 60 passengers aboard the airplane and 3 crew members aboard the helicopter were fatally injured. I want to take a moment to address the 67 people, the families and friends of the 67 people who died that day. I imagine every day since January 29th has been incredibly difficult. And I imagine that today is even more difficult. And Thursday, as we mark 1 year since this tragedy occurred, since you lost your loved ones. As a mom, I can only imagine all that you've been through. You are in our daily prayers. I pray for you every single day. And on behalf of everyone at the NTSB, our entire agency, please accept our heartfelt condolences and our deepest, deepest sympathies. Unknowingly, you are also an inspiration to so many of us. You have, in the wake of absolute devastation, shown remarkable selflessness, courageously advocating for important reforms in aviation safety to save lives for others. I have no doubt that the information uncovered by our investigation will support all of your efforts to make aviation safer, to work towards a future where no family endures such tremendous loss. Our family assistance team and the American Red Cross are here today to provide support for anyone here who might need it. Colleagues, where could you indicate where you are in the room right now? We have several. If you can stand, raise your hand. Some in the back. If anyone needs support, please do not hesitate to ask. We have private rooms that we can sit down with you and meet with you. I also want to recognize NTSB staff for your incredible work on this investigation, which is undoubtedly one of the most complex in NTSB's history. If anyone would like a glimpse of what these dedicated safety experts have done over the past year, look no further than the public docket for this investigation. It spans more than 19,000 pages and includes testimony from our 3-day, 33-hour investigative hearing last July.
And I've slowly been going through some things in there and trying to pick out some important information, but it's been a lot. I've actually had to use ChatGPT to be like, is there anything in this document that the public would need to know, or is this just me being interested in it because I am halfway to an aeronautical engineering degree? I mean, when I say halfway, I mean literally my credits transfer to Embry-Riddle, and I'm maybe 2 semesters away from completing my degree. I just don't want to. With that being said, I've literally had to use ChatGPT to be like, is the public going to be interested in this, or is this a nerdy, geeky, my aviation geek interested in the science of this? And I have a couple of documents, but there is some testimony and some like things that are thousands of pages long. So I am going through it incredibly slow. It's just I'm drowning in paperwork from all sides. I was sent lawsuits yesterday from someone that lives in different states, who is kind of well known to some people, may not be liked by some people. But one of the lawsuits that she sent me was 106 pages long. So she will be possibly coming on my channel lately, which is going to make some people, or sometime, which is possibly going to make some people mad, but I don't care. It's what I do. It's what I do. However, I've got a lot to go through. So it's literally like folding laundry and Speechify reading documents to me. This is where I live my life. Yeah.
Underlying systemic failures, as my colleagues stated in their opening statements. A consequence, not a cause. These underlying deficiencies, often referred to as latent conditions or systemic vulnerabilities, are what aligned to allow for the worst U.S. aviation disaster in terms of fatalities since November 12, 2001, when American Airlines Flight 587 crashed into a residential area of Belle Harbor, New York, killing all 260 people aboard the airplane and 5 on the ground. And certainly we remember always the 50 people who lost their lives on February 12, 2009, when Colgan Air Flight 3407 crashed into a residence in Clarence Center, New York. A year before the mid-air collision at DCA, Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 experienced an in-flight separation of the left mid-exit door plug and rapid depressurization during climb after takeoff from Portland International Airport. We were fortunate no one lost their life or was seriously injured. But within weeks, there was a lot of focus on human error, on the actions of a team of Boeing manufacturing personnel in Renton. In the final investigation report, we cited Dr. James Reason. Within a robust system, the introduction of a single error is almost never the only cause of an accident. Rather, several barriers of defense must fail for the error to lead to an accident. In other words, there was a long chain of events that led to the door plug departing the aircraft, just as there is for every accident we investigate. In preparing for this board meeting, I reviewed a myriad, almost all, mid-air collisions we've investigated since 1968. When a North Central Airlines Flight 261, a Convair 580, collided with a Cessna 150 near General Mitchell Airport in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That was one of 38
Wait, I might back that up for a second because my dad, well,
investigated the mid-air collision of
witnessed that. Did anybody hear the date that she said on that? Because I'm not in their Facebook page or their YouTube page. I'm literally in their website. So with that, my dad, shortly before I was born, General Mitchell is the airport that I grew up next to. It's the airport I worked at when I lived in Milwaukee. It's the airport my entire family has grown up around. Literally, kind of on the phone like that. Can you hear me now? Kind of thing, living right over or runway paths. However, my dad was on the way to my grandparents' house before I was born, and witnessed a crash at General Mitchell. So it's just a thing. Oh, and Squaw Bob, thanks for the one gifted Squid Pro Quo membership. JKD Buck, thank you for being a member for 5 months. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And Elfie, or Mspire, thanks for being a member for 12 months. Happy member birthday. Oh, yes. Oh, I love member birthdays. And also thank you to Jeff Grady for the Ko-fi this morning. You killed it. You are one of my greatest supporters, and I had a conversation with somebody yesterday that I told I don't know where this channel would be if it wasn't for a certain group of people. You are included in that. I don't know where this channel would be if it wasn't for a certain group of people. Jeff Grady is one of those certain group of people that I owe so much gratitude towards. It's not even funny. Like, just can't even. I just can't even. JKD Buck's another one. Like, just, y'all, there's a group of you know who you are, but like this right here is Jeff. Like, the desk is Jeff. Like, some people just make you speechless, and Jeff is one of them. And JKD Buck has been pushing my channel and sharing my link out to people since I've had 10 subscribers. Like, yeah, Jeff Grady is the man. And Heidi is the woman. Mod queen herself. The bossy mod is what she calls herself. I call her a boss mod. She calls herself bossy. It is what it is. Oh, I have not had enough caffeine quite yet. But you might see me duck out because this is an early stream. Your girl's doing laundry because that's just what we do around here on Tuesdays. So bear with me.
Accident Investigation Board. In the interview, he cites the lesson he learned from our investigators. Quote, NTS people have a saying that when you find the human error, that's not the end of the investigation. That's the beginning of the investigation. What is the true root cause. The root cause is the thing that you have to change so it doesn't happen again. Commercial aviation embraced the same shift in root cause analysis, and the results were powerful. In fact, they challenged the NTSB to do better when we only focused on human error back in the 1970s and before that. And as a result, flying became safer. Before this tragedy occurred on January 29th, 2025, the U.S. aviation system was experiencing a record level of safety. That is the power of taking a systems approach, which is based not on speculation, but on decades of research, evidence, and our own investigations where the lessons learned turn into lives saved. As aviation safety evolves, so do the systems and so do the risks. I'll repeat, within a robust system, the introduction of a single error is almost never the only cause of an accident. Rather, several barriers of defense must fail for the error to lead to an accident. We are here today to discuss those failures. Today, you will hear how deep underlying systemic failures, system flaws aligned to create the conditions that led to this devastating tragedy. From design of our airspace around DCA to the limitations of see and avoid, which we've been warning about for over 5 decades, to failures of entire organizations to evaluate and act on readily available data, heed repeated recommendations, and foster robust safety cultures, to name a few. Months ago, I received a letter from someone sitting in this audience today, whose fiance was aboard 5342. In that letter, he challenged us to, quote, leave no stone unturned, ask the hard, uncomfortable questions that will ruffle feathers, and let no one obfuscate or delay the truth. I assure you, we did just that. You will see today that we left no stone unturned. We asked the hard, uncomfortable questions that ruffled feathers, and we got to the truth. Our work, however, doesn't end today, as Member Inman stated, with the issuance of a final report. This is just the first step. We must, it is our duty to relentlessly, vigorously pursue safety change, which means we must do everything in our power, even ruffle feathers, to get our recommendations implemented, or this will happen again. I'd like to thank the first responders on behalf of the board. I have a slide listing all of the first responders that were on.
So I'm going to switch over to a YouTube stream because that way I can control it a little better, because their thing doesn't allow me to speed up or slow down or rewind. It is either live or not live. So I'm going to switch over to this tab. We're going to go to Reuters. So bear with me. We must, it is our duty to relentlessly, vigorously pursue safety change, which means we must do everything in our power, even ruffle feathers, to get our recommendations implemented, or this will happen again. I'd like to thank the first responders on behalf of the board. I have a slide listing all of the first responders that were on scene, the 8 organizations, tremendous work. As you can see, dozens of organizations responded to the scene of this tragedy to support search and recovery efforts and assist in our investigative work. Law enforcement, fire officials, dive teams, federal, state, and local agencies we don't often talk about, but they're human too.
and what they experience can also be quite difficult. So thank you, if you're listening or you're here, thank you for your public service, for your dedication, and for your heart. You embody the best. You embody the best, each of you, of what public service means. Now let's turn to today's meeting. We're going to do things a little bit differently today, as there's a lot of complex information that we have to go through. We've divided staff presentations into 3 sections, each of which will be followed immediately by board member questions. We believe this is the best way for those watching and in the room to follow along. So let me go through today's agenda. Media will want to get their little pens out. You'll know, look, they are all actually doing it right now. Okay. So in a moment, Brian Curtis, our Deputy Managing Director for Investigations, will introduce the staff. Then we have 75 minutes of staff presentations, starting with our investigator in charge. Then we will move to air traffic control. We will discuss air traffic control and human performance. And then we will go through air traffic control post-accident drug and alcohol testing. We will then have 45 minutes or so of board member questions. And then we will take a break, a 15-minute break, which should occur somewhere around 11:30. We will then move into a second group of staff presentations. That will take about 45 minutes. We'll start with collision avoidance and ADSB, move into helicopter operational factors, and then move into human performance. Then there will be 45 minutes or so of board member questions just on that section and relevant material in our docket and the draft board report. Then we will break for lunch. I imagine, assuming everything goes right, and I mean that we don't lose heat or video, that I've probably doomed us now, we'll go for a lunch break. That should occur shortly after 1 o'clock. We'll have an hour for lunch. I want to make sure that our staff, most importantly, has the break they need to eat, to get water or Gatorade, and to regroup before the next portion of the board meeting. So after lunch, we'll come back around a little bit after 2 o'clock. Then we'll go through staff presentations focused on safety management systems, safety culture, and safety data. After that, we'll have board member questions focused just on that portion, on that presentation and relevant material in the docket and the board report. Then we'll go to a 15-minute break. That should be slightly after 3 o'clock. And then we'll go through the proposed findings, the proposed probable cause, and the proposed recommendations, as well as the draft report. Mr. Curtis will be supplied with a lot of water because he will be doing a lot of reading from what I understand. His reading alone on the findings, probable cause, and recommendations in total will take about 1 hour and 10 minutes. That's not even considering the time that we'll have for deliberation. We have numerous findings and numerous recommendations. And after that, I'll have a brief closing statement and then we'll adjourn. Okay, so I'll now turn it over to Mr. Curtis, our Deputy Managing Director for Investigations, to introduce the NTSB team.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the board. I'll now introduce staff for today's meeting, unless other.
Depending on how this goes, I might do what I did for the hearings and break it up into 3 parts or 4 parts, because we can't sit here all day. I understand they can sit here all day, but they're being paid to sit here all day. We are not. We are going to skip introductions because no one cares. I don't care what kind of degree you have. I just care about the questions. I do like her sense of humor. She's my spirit animal. I was a little hesitant when the first day of the hearings in July, and then I was like, okay, like we can do this. And then her sense of humor just was like, she's me. Like, good morning. And I planned this yesterday, but I didn't get the time to set it up yesterday because I had to work and I got home at 9:30 last night. I hopped in a sauna blanket because I was in pain. I'm trying to do less. I'm not holistic in the sense where I don't believe in like pain meds, but when you have chronic pain, there's only so many pain meds you can take before you're like, what the hell am I doing to my liver? What am I doing to, my internal organs besides this pain? So I'm using my sauna blanket to try to do that. Well, anyway, by the time I got that and then I showered from sweating my ass off, I did not feel like hopping on a computer and trying to fucking do this shit. So when I woke up this morning at 3 a.m., I found the stream because I had to wake Mr. Squid up for work this morning because his alarm did not go off. So I was up until 5 o'clock, not functional, but just awake. Because, once I'm up, I'm up. Fell back asleep, woke up at 7 and got this stream ready. So I'm a little bedazzled this morning. That's frazzled and bedazzled in the same thing because I tried to look like I'm human and it sort of worked. So I'm trying to stream, I'm trying to mom, and I'm just trying to human all at the same time. And but yeah. So YouTube might not be at fault. It's sometimes when I set up a last minute stream, I gave 40 minutes of warning. So yeah, sometimes it's, So this is kind of a join when you can, come in and out. We'll kind of be here. I got to do laundry, so you might see me folding laundry, popping in and out. We'll be here. But at lunch, we'll stop and we'll do the rest tomorrow morning. Because we do have an interesting development in the what the hail stuff that I do want to talk about this afternoon. So we kind of got to pick our battles, And this is why when I trial stream at night and I speed it up because sitting all day for a trial such as like this would be the same time frame. Oh, the horror laundry. Yeah. Yeah. And it was late being posted, but it was also I didn't share it to the Discord or anything. Heidi did that. She shared it to all the Discords and all of that. I did not do any of that. I cannot take credit for any of that because Heidi did it. So I'm lucky I got it posted. But I'm also working on writing and scripting movement minutes and getting shit for the other channel because I'm starting to get motivated on that other channel again. And so you might see me doing some stuff. I'm paying attention, but I'm trying to multitask. So please bear with me.
Otherwise noted, staffer from the Office of Aviation Safety. Dr. Taran Kayagil, medical from the Office of Research and Engineering.
I'm skipping names.
Behind me in the second row, left to right, Chihoon Shin, helicopter operations. Mike Richards, meteorology.
These are the same
John
people as
O'Callahan,
last time.
aircraft performance from the Office of Research and Engineering. And Nathaniel Hoyt, recommendations from the Office of Safety Recommendations, Data in Charge, Bryce Banning. Mr. Banning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady, Member Graham, and Member Inman. My presentation will begin with an animation covering history of flight, helicopter routes, and an overview of the air traffic control communications shortly before the accident. Then I will discuss the visibility study and play a second animation which will depict simulated views from the cockpits of each of the accident aircraft. I will also cover the wreckage examination, exclusionary findings, safety issues, and previously issued safety recommendations. Air traffic control audio is included in these animations. Cockpit voice recorder audio from both airplane and helicopter are not included in these animations, but their transcript will be shown. We realize that some attendees and remote viewers may find these animations difficult to view and hear. We will pause before starting the animations to allow those currently in the boardroom to leave for the duration of the animation or turn away from your screens if viewing remotely. We will inform you when the animations are finished playing. We will begin the first animation now and will pause for those who would like to leave the room or turn away from their screens. The animation will play for approximately 12 minutes. We will be dimming the lights in the boardroom so that people can see the animation better. On January 29th, 2025, about 8:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a Sikorsky UH-60 Lima helicopter operated by the United States Army and a PSA Airlines CRJ-700 collided in flight approximately 1/2 mile southeast of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, or DCA. The 2 pilots, 2 flight attendants, and 60 passengers on board the airplane, and all 3 crew members on board the helicopter were fatally injured. The military helicopter flight originated from Davison Army Airfield, Fort Belvoir, Virginia. The flight was an annual evaluation for the pilot with the use of night vision goggles. The airplane was operated by PSA Airlines, doing business as American Airlines Flight 5342, a scheduled domestic passenger flight under Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 121, from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. Night visual meteorological conditions prevailed at the time of the accident. In the radio communications, the accident airplane was using call sign Blue Streak 5342, and the Army helicopter was using call sign Pat 25. The Federal Aviation Administration provides charts that specify helicopter routes to facilitate operations in high traffic areas. The helicopter routes have no defined lateral boundaries, but they do have maximum altitude limits. The helicopter routes are depicted by a blue line on the Google Earth image. Helicopter Route 1's western section begins in Cabin John, Maryland, and follows the Potomac River southeast to Washington, D.C., through the Tidal Basin and the Washington Channel to Haines Point, and then turns east along the Anacostia River. At the time of the accident, helicopter Route 4 intercepted Route 1 at Haines Point and continued south along the Potomac River's eastern shore past DCA and the Wilson Bridge. North of Chain Bridge, the maximum altitude is 1,300 feet. Between Chain Bridge and Key Bridge, the maximum altitude is 700 feet. Between Key Bridge and Memorial Bridge, the maximum altitude is 300 feet, and south of Memorial Bridge to the Wilson Bridge, the maximum altitude is 200 feet. At 8:33 p.m., 15 minutes before the collision, Pat 25 requested permission to travel from Cabin John along Helicopter Route 1 to Helicopter Route 4 to Davison Army Airfield. The DCA local controller approved the request.
25 is looking for Captain John, Route 1, Route 4. 25 approved.
There was no communication between Pat 25 and the DCA local controller for 12 minutes. At 8:39 p.m., 9 minutes before the collision, Flight 5342 was cleared for the Mount Vernon Visual Runway 1 approach to DCA by Potomac Terminal Radar Approach Control. Select in-cockpit communications between the instructor and the pilot in Pat 25, primarily about altitude, will be shown on a black background in the animation. At 8:43 p.m., 5 minutes before the collision, Flight 5342 was handed off to the DCA Tower Local Controller. The local controller asked the crew of Flight 5342 if they could switch their approach from runway 1 to runway 33.
Bushir 5342, Washington Tower 1 star 32017, plus 25. Can you take runway 33?
The crew accepted the change and they were cleared to land on runway 33. This magnified satellite photograph shows the locations of runway 1 and runway 33 at DCA.
Yeah, we can do 33, runway 6342.
Bushir 5342 at the Wilson Bridge, change to start runway 33, runway 33, clear to land.
Change runway 33, runway 33, for land, 6342.
There was no further communication between the local controller and the crew of Flight 5342 before the collision. This animation shows aircraft in the vicinity of DCA for the 3 minutes before the collision. The local control and helicopter control positions were combined, and the local controller was communicating with 6 airplanes and 5 helicopters. Communications took place on an airplane radio frequency and a helicopter radio frequency. The local controller was broadcasting on both the airplane and helicopter radio frequencies, but airplane communications were only heard in other airplanes, and helicopter communications were only heard in other helicopters. The animation includes air traffic control audio for both the airplane and helicopter frequencies. A transcript of the controller communications will appear in the upper left, and the local controller will be indicated on the map. A transcript of aircraft communications will appear in the lower left, and the aircraft call sign will be highlighted on the map. The controller was also communicating with aircraft outside the bounds of this map, which will be indicated. The accident helicopter is shown in orange with the label PAT 25, and the accident airplane is shown in magenta with the label PSA 5342.
Jet 789, 1 star 320 to 15, Gus 25, traffic 2 out, no delay, runway 1, good takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 1, no delay, Jet 789. Black 1, landing 34,
Flight Jet 1, Roger, for exchange, good night.
Memorial.
Pad 25, Roger.
Washington, American 3130 with you, runway 1.
American 3130, Washington Tower, 1 star 310 to 14, Gus 25, runway 1, clear to land, traffic with the made the departure arrival.
Okay, clear to land, runway 1, American 3130.
So this is a limitation that I believe needs to be updated based on many factors, but this is a limitation of radio communications.
Jet 789, concept on parts, good day.
Okay.
American 3130, slow the final.
Slow, American 3130.
Pad 25, traffic just south of Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, circle runway 33. Discharge pressure roof. American 1630 Tower, runway 1, out boy, traffic throughout, circle runway 33, discharge 16 off final.
Flight up rate, runway 1, American 1630.
Left up, stand by.
And you can hear just how crowded it is.
November, ground 47, good day.
November, 307.
Like, look at how crowded this airspace is. And this is 8:30 at night when it's dark. Like, you can't see. All you can see is lights, landing lights. You cannot physically see the aircraft. It's very deceiving. When I worked at the airport, in the civilian airport, I worked 5:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. I can tell you, watching those planes land, and I worked in Milwaukee, it was not nearly as busy as DCA, especially 9:30 at night on a Saturday or something, or on a Sunday. This is crazy, but this happens every day at DCA, and part of the reason that this is so crowded was after 9/11, Congress, rightfully so, but to their own detriment, got scared. So they changed the routes and they changed where planes can go, causing this. So with increased air travel, the aging system, it's almost like this Swiss cheese model, as someone said earlier, everything lined up. So I'm excited to see what they can come up with. And I know that there was a new defense bill in Congress that would basically take away what the NTSB has already done in changing the routes to make them safer after this collision. And I know that the chairwoman, we did not go over it on this channel, but she did a press conference. And it's not very often that an NTSB chairwoman or anybody does a press conference over a congressional bill. But they wanted to change the routes back in this congressional bill, and it pissed her off. And frankly, it pissed me off too. We did not go over it because we just ran out of time and space and energy. But yeah, it's a big deal.
American 16, clear to wind star 32014, gust to 5, traffic 2 mile elevation, runway 33, no delay, runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, clear for takeoff, American 1630.
Muscle 7 request. Most of you say route 3 zone 6. Muscle 7 approved.
American 472, good evening, Air Care 1's leading single medevac helicopter 1000 feet, 29901 on the altimeter, requesting zone 6 for Fairfax.
Medevac Air Carrier 1, Washington, National Altimeter 29990. Approved for Washington class, Robert Space, Portland, Sheridan, Fairfax.
29990 for Air Carrier 1, copy.
Pad 25, get the CRJ in sight. Pad 25, pass behind the CRJ.
This boat has a aircraft in flight for separation.
This separation.
American 472, my path number, unusual.
American 472, Washington, 1 star 32017.
Here's the video. Trigger warning. Yeah, trigger warning. This is the actual video. I will put something in chat when this video is over.
The following video shows the airplane and helicopter leading up to the point of collision. The video was recorded by a camera located near the approach end of runway 33 at DCA, oriented to the south. The video shows the night lighting conditions and the appearance of the aircraft lights against the cultural lighting of the city. Aircraft lined up on approach to DCA can be seen in the right corner of the screen. The flashing lights identify the touchdown zone of runway 33's landing threshold. Flight 5342 is visible in the upper left corner as it approaches runway 33. Pat 25 appears from the left side of the screen, moving to the right as the two aircraft cross flight paths. The animation is done playing. A visibility study documents the location, size, and movement of other aircraft in each respective pilot's field of view and how the aircraft structure might limit that field of view. Human performance investigators can determine how conspicuous each aircraft would be to the flight crew and how that impacts their see and avoid task. The visibility study faced additional challenges due to the night conditions and use of night vision goggles by the helicopter crew. As we will discuss, it is difficult to accurately represent how the night lighting or cultural lighting looked to the crews at the time of the accident. Investigators documented the cultural lighting around DCA in a series of night observation flights conducted on March 27th and 28th of 2025. We chose these observation dates to replicate the conditions on the night of the accident. Crews flew the accident flight paths individually using exemplar aircraft, which were observed by human performance, operations, and air traffic control investigators. We recorded the view in both videos and photos from each aircraft, the air traffic control tower, and on the ground. This documentation was used to determine which available flight simulator program best represented the cultural lighting at the time of the accident and inform the human performance analysis. Shown is a video frame recorded from the cockpit of the CRJ night observation flight when turning on to final for runway 33. This captures a view of the cultural lighting in the DC area. However, no device records exactly how the human eye sees a scene. These types of images from various recording devices and the impressions of the human performance, operations, and air traffic control investigators from the night observation flights were used together to inform the analysis of the difficulty of the see and avoid task.
All right. And just putting it in perspective. So whenever you look at a picture or you see a video of, for example, the hot topic right now is a confrontation between protesters and ICE. So when you look at a video, the video captures a heck of a lot more than a human brain and the eyes see. Because of the fact that we can only focus, like I'm focusing on the camera right now, and out of my peripheral vision, I can see very few things in detail. I can see very few things. I can see my hand, but I can't give you any details on what's on my hand. So when you look at a picture or you look at a video and you say, well, the pilot should have seen this, or the cops should have seen this, or, the video shows this. You have to take into account that the brain can only process so much information at one time. That's why we get overwhelmed and overloaded, is because the eyes might see it, but the brain is not processing it. So just because you might see something on video does not mean that the person or persons involved actually saw what the video captured. So just a FYI, when you are looking and processing any information from a video about what people may or may not have seen when they were on a scene or involved in a situation, from, I have that brain book right there. This is where my college education kind of comes in. So I hate to say trust me, but trust me, you can only process, and I'm not sure about the percentages. I can't remember exact percentages, but when you look at a video, and he made a really good point, just because the video captured it doesn't mean the pilot, the first officer, doesn't mean they saw it with their own eyes. Yes, tunnel vision is basically how we see all the time. Yes, Gail's brain book. It's very useful. Gail takes it very personally when I switch out the brain book for the lymphedema book. The lymphedema book is directly behind or next to the brain book. Gail gets very personally offended when I switch them out.
The visibility study recreates a view from the cockpit and includes what the airplane structure would obscure. The photo on the left is of a CRJ 700 cockpit and labels the 4 cockpit windows: left window, left windshield, and right window, and indicates the location of the captain, who was the pilot flying, and the first officer, who was the pilot monitoring. The image on the right shows the field of view of the captain looking forward through the left windshield. The light gray mask indicates how the structure of the airplane would have obscured some of the view. The night imagery is from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and the simulated view shown is from 35 seconds before the collision. The location of PAT 25 is circled, but it is difficult to detect and identify against the cultural lighting of Washington, D.C. The left photo shows the helicopter cockpit and labels the left window, left windshield, center windshield, and right window, and indicates the location of the pilot, who was the pilot flying, and the instructor pilot, who was the pilot monitoring. The image on the right shows a view of the instructor pilot in the right seat looking forward. In addition to the aircraft structure, the image on the right includes a mask of the night vision goggle view looking straight ahead. While the NVGs are binocular, the brain merges the image into a single circular view. In this image, the NVG view is shown as white phosphor, but the animation will show a green phosphor display. Both types of NVGs were available to the crew. This image is from 19 seconds before the collision, and the location of the CRJ is circled. While the location, size, and movement of each aircraft in a pilot's field of view is accurate, there are important limitations to the visibility study, including, first, the accuracy of the cultural lighting. You will see in the animation that some landmarks are unrealistically bright. Additionally, not all of the aircraft south of the Wilson Bridge were visible in the simulation. Secondly, the accuracy of the external lighting on each aircraft, which affects how visible it is against the cultural lighting. The CRJ 700 model for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 did not have functional external lighting, so a model of a Boeing 737 was used instead. The differences in the appearance of these airplanes at night is insignificant until just before the collision. Lastly, the accuracy of the night vision goggle view. The goggles are shown stationary and the pilot's head does not move or scan. The imagery also does not include additional light sources that night vision goggles would show more brightly, such as stars. We will begin the second animation now and will pause for those who would like to leave the room or turn away from their screens. The animation will play for approximately 8 minutes. We will be dimming the lights in the boardroom so that people can see the animation better. This animation presents a simulated view from the right seat of the helicopter. A dark gray structural mask generated from a three-dimensional laser scan of an exemplar aircraft is overlaid on the scene. A light gray mask depicts the mounting structure of the night vision goggles positioned for the instructor pilot looking straight ahead. The green tint mimics a green phosphor visual effect, but the actual behavior of the night vision goggles has not been simulated. Crew communications transcribed from the cockpit voice recorder are shown as text at lower left. Audio recordings of air traffic control communications on the helicopter frequency are synchronized with the animation, with corresponding transcript text displayed in the center. Radio interference blocked some transmissions from the local controller and other helicopters. Transmissions that were blocked are indicated by striking through words in the transcript.
Yeah, boomer muted. Sorry. I'm going to back it up a little bit because I don't know what Gail's question was in response to. She let me know, she let me know that she already went. So I had to change her diaper. Well, and with this being said, if you are one of those people who wants to be in my comment section or even in my 3D world and tell me, my kid was potty trained by 18 months. My kid was potty trained by 2 years. I just made them do it. Well, that might be the reason that your teenager doesn't want to talk to you right now because you traumatized them when they were little and yeah. And you haven't met a stubborn little girl like mine. Yeah. So Squid channeling Boomer Jeff. I know, right? Boomer Jeff. And I know I wore this shirt like 3 days ago when I streamed, but literally since I folded laundry a couple days ago and I put it on the top of the t-shirts, when I woke up this morning and I didn't pick out my clothes the night before, it was the first available long sleeve shirt that was comfortable. So, hey, Red Rosen, each kid is different. Yeah, I love my friends, but some of them are like, my kid was potty trained by 18 months. Like, she was so easy. She just did it, and I forced her to do it. And I'm like, well, maybe the reason that you're having behavioral issues right now is you forced her to do it. Because that sounds awful. That sounds god awful. And I really don't want to torture my child. I don't want her to. I'm not dental parenting by any means, but I also don't want to be the kind of person that like the kind of person that when she goes to sit on the potty and screams, I force her to do it, literally torturing her. I'm not that kind of parent. All right, I backed it up just a little bit. We are going to go at 1.5 speed because he's not reading from a script, but he's reading incredibly slow. So I just talk fast. I've always talked fast. It's been a problem my entire life, but it's what I am.
This animation presents a simulated view from the right seat of the helicopter. A dark gray structural mask generated from a three-dimensional laser scan of an exemplar aircraft is overlaid on the scene. A light gray mask depicts the mounting structure of the night vision goggles positioned for the instructor pilot looking straight ahead. The green tint mimics a green phosphor visual effect, but the actual behavior of the night vision goggles has not been simulated. Crew communications transcribed from the cockpit voice recorder are shown as text at lower left. Audio recordings of air traffic control communications on the helicopter frequency are synchronized with the animation, with corresponding transcript text displayed in the center. Radio interference blocked some transmissions from the local controller and other helicopters. Transmissions that were blocked are indicated by striking through words in the transcript. A moving map depicting the locations of PAT 25 and Flight 5342 and synchronized with the view from the cockpit will be shown at lower right.
Jet 789, 1 star 32015, Ghost 25, traffic 2 out, no delay, runway 1, clear takeoff. Flight Jet 1, Roger, for change, good night. PAT 25, Roger. American 3130 Washington Tower 1 star 31014, Ghost 25, runway 1, clear to land, traffic department, made departure arrival.
So if you look at this, and this is one of the things that Spawn Trooper and I were highly, highly critical of when we were going through anything related to this, the preliminary reports, some of the hearings. She was supposed to be at 200 feet. Supposed to be at 200 feet. Instructor, you're at 300 feet. Come down for me. Yeah, go down to 200. She knows that she's above, and she's still... They know that they're over their limit.
Jet 79, concept on March, good day. American 3130, slow the funnel. PAT 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, start runway 33. Dispatch roof. American 1630 Tower, runway 1 left, void traffic throughout, start runway 33, dispatch 16 funnel. One 7 standby. Issue 5307, keep rolling out to November, ground 47, good day. American 1631 star 32014, Ghost 25, traffic 2 mile low base runway 33, no delay, runway 1 for immediate takeoff. Muscle 7 request. Most of you say route 3 zone 6. Muscle 7 approved.
Good evening, here 1 with you, single back helicopter 1000 feet 2991 on the altimeter, requesting zone 6 for Fairfax.
Medevac Air 1 Washington Tower, altimeter 2990. Approved Russell class Robert space for land share to Fairfax.
2990 for Air 1, copy.
PAT 25, this is CRJ in flight. PAT 25, pass line is CRJ.
It's not as a aircraft in flight, this is first. American 472 Washington Tower 1 star 32017.
This animation presents a simulated view from the right seat of the CRJ. A dark gray structural mask generated from a three-dimensional laser scan of an exemplar aircraft is overlaid on the scene. Crew communications transcribed from the cockpit voice recorder are shown as text at lower left. Audio recordings of air traffic control communications on the airplane frequency are synchronized with the animation, with corresponding transcript text displayed at lower right. A moving map depicting the locations of both aircraft synchronized with the view from the cockpit is shown at upper left.
Jet 789, 1 star 32015, Ghost 25, traffic 2 out, no delay, runway 1 for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 1, no delay, Jet 789.
Flight Jet 1, Roger, for change, good night. PAT 25, Roger.
Washington, American 3130 with you, runway 1.
American 3130 Washington Tower 1 star 31014 goes to 5 runway 1 clear to land. Check with may depart approach arrival.
Okay, clear to land, runway 1, American 3130.
Jet 79 concepts on part 2 day.
Okay.
American 3130 slow the final.
Well, American 3130.
Head 25 traffic just off the Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, circle runway 33. Pressure roof. American 1630 tower runway 1 left boy traffic throughout circle runway 33, discharge 165 final.
Line up for 8, runway 1, American 1630. American 472 by Catch, runway 1.
17 stand by. Machine 5307, keep rolling out to November, ground 47, good day.
November 307.
American 1631 star 32014, gust 25, traffic 2 mile left base runway 33, no delay, runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, clear for takeoff, American 1630.
Most of 7 request. Most of you say route for zone 6. Most of 7 approved.
American 472, not visual 1.
Medevac Air Carrier 1, Washington Tower, National Altimeter 2990. Approved to Russell Class Robert Space Portland, Sheriff Fairfax. Pass 25, get the CRJ in sight. Pass 25, pass line to CRJ.
The TCAS went off when there was.
Two separate.
Oof. They can't see any. Oh, it's like a little.
American 472 by pass number, visual.
American 472, Washington Tower, 1 star 32017.
Oh my God.
The animation is done playing.
Mm.
The wreckage of both aircraft were located in the Potomac River in water depths ranging between 1 to 8 feet, depending on location and tidal conditions. About 90% of the structure of both aircraft were recovered. Examination of the recovered wreckage indicated that the helicopter's main rotor contacted the underside of the airplane's left wing, resulting in the outboard section of the wing separating in flight. Video evidence showed both aircraft rapidly descending and impacting the water after the collision. The NTSB's investigation's comprehensive review of the accident circumstances determined that the following did not contribute to the cause of the accident. The pilots of Flight 5342 were certificated and qualified in accordance with federal regulations. The pilots of Flight 5342 were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Review of the pilot's time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the pilots had adequate rest opportunities. The pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief on board PAT 25 were qualified and current in their positions as designated by the unit commander in accordance with Army regulations. The pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Review of the 3 crew members' time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the crew had adequate rest opportunities. Both aircraft were properly certificated, equipped, and maintained. The operations supervisor and 4 controllers who were working in the DCA air traffic control tower cab at the time of the accident were certificated and current in accordance with federal regulations. The local controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions at the time of the accident. Review of the local controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor's time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the controllers had adequate rest opportunities. A review of observations recorded throughout the night of the accident revealed no evidence of any local atmospheric pressure anomalies that would have impacted barometric altimeter readings. The investigation explored multiple safety issues. The design of the Washington, D.C. area helicopter routes and operators' understanding of the route structure and limitations. Air traffic controller workload, position combining, and communications practices. The extensive use of pilot applied visual separation and the inherent limitations of see and avoid. deficiencies in FAA safety culture and post-accident drug and alcohol testing, the limitations of the traffic awareness and alerting systems on both aircraft, and shortcomings in FAA and U.S. Army safety assurance and risk management processes, including lack of proactive data sharing and analysis to identify and mitigate mid-air collision risk.
I don't know, something about a helicopter doing a training mission with NVGs crossing a civilian landing way. I just does not seem safe to me. I don't, having worked on both the military aviation, I've been on a flight deck. I worked on a flight deck for 2 deployments. I've been on a flight line for 5 years. I worked on it, well, 6, 7 years if you include my civilian experience. Like it was another lifetime ago. However, the thought of a military aircraft, people who sign up, put their names on the dotted line that you might die doing this job, and that are okay and accept that risk. Those civilians on that aircraft did not sign up to be part of a military exercise or a military accident, but yet here they are. They're a statistic now. This is a hill I'm willing to die on. I don't think it's ever safe. I don't give a damn if they were doing a training exercise to get Congress out of DC if something happens. Congress can, at this point, Congress can like fend for themselves because they're worthless. I just can't. I can't see where it's ever safe for a military aircraft to cross a civilian landing area, an active civilian landing area. Especially wearing NVGs. With NVGs, your tunnel vision you have tunnel vision. You have no peripheral vision. I've never used them in a combat scenario, but I have put them on before. I couldn't see anything. This is the Army's fault. Maybe not that pilot, maybe not that aircraft in general, but the Army. But here's the thing. Will the Army and the DOD ever take accountability for the fact that they fucked up with policy? Probably not, because that includes people wearing lots of stars having to admit that they're not right. And God forbid those egos all in one room admit that they're wrong. But this is something, this is a hill I am willing to die on.
In the investigation, the NTSB found insufficient separation between helicopter traffic on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33.
No fucking shit. Sorry, Captain Obvious. I mean, you didn't need to put, it did need to be put in an NTSB safety recommendation, but it didn't take a master's degree in engineering to figure out that those 2 routes are too close together. I don't even have my bachelor's in aeronautical engineering. I have some classes. I have a background in aviation maintenance. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that those routes are too close together. Because any little bit of human error, when those routes are that close together, designed to be that close together, then you get the human error factor. There is no room for error. And when there is error, this is what we get.
And recognized an alternate route for helicopters was needed to prevent a mid-air collision. As a result, the NTSB issued 2 urgent safety recommendations on March 11th, 2025. The first recommendation asked to prohibit operations on helicopter Route 4 between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge when runways 15 and 33 were being used at DCA. The second recommendation asked to designate an alternative helicopter route that could be used to facilitate travel between the Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge when that segment of Route 4 was closed. Immediately following the accident, the FAA implemented temporary airspace restrictions around DCA. On March 14th, 2025, the FAA removed from helicopter route charts the section of helicopter Route 4 between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge. Additionally, the FAA prohibited use of DCA runways 1533 and 422 during specific limited helicopter operations in the vicinity of DCA. What we found about helicopter route design was that airplane pilots were unaware of the possible conflict between helicopter routes and approach and departure corridors at DCA. Pilots were not aware of these conflicts because the current aeronautical charts do not provide adequate information. This is not unique to DCA. Lastly, the FAA was unable to provide documentation of the required annual reviews for the.
Well, there's an interesting development. This is not unique to DCA. Oh, please, please, please. I can't wait to read the report and find out what other airports. I cannot wait for that.
Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart. As a result, staff has proposed 5 recommendations to the FAA in this area. The following 3 slides list the names of the NTSB staff that supported the accident investigation. NTSB invited qualified parties to participate in our investigation. The next 2 slides list out the parties. In accordance with the provisions of Annex 13 to the Convention on Civil Aviation, the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, representing the state of design and manufacture of the airplane, provided an accredited representative. Technical advisors from Transport Canada and MHI-RJ Aviation participated in the investigation. Staff will be giving presentations on the following topics: air traffic control, human performance as it relates to air traffic control, and the FAA's post-accident drug and alcohol testing of air traffic controllers. A discussion will follow these presentations. Then presentations will be provided for automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, or ADSB, and collision avoidance systems, helicopter operations, and human performance as it relates to both aircraft. A discussion will follow these presentations. Lastly, we will have a presentation on safety data and safety management systems, followed by discussion rounds. Chairwoman Homendy, this.
Okay, Jeff, Jeffrey, when there's 2. That wording makes it sound like there were NTSB staff that didn't support the investigation. Well, the NTSB has like thousands and thousands and thousands of employees. So they named the staff that supported this investigation. Not just Joe Schmo that's working on a railroad investigation in Washington, who has nothing to do with this. They named the people specifically supporting this investigation. Not, the 800. I'm not sure how many employees. Actually, hold on. How many employees does the NTSB have? According to ChatGPT, the most recent data as around 400 to 440 employees nationwide. So they don't want to actually it's not bad wording, it's just government wording. They supported this investigation. That it's not bad. Like it's just government wording. Welcome to the government. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that wording. Unless you're like you and sometimes read too much into stuff.
Concludes my presentation. Mr. Soper will now discuss air traffic control.
Good morning. My presentation will discuss the airspace surrounding DCA, helicopter Route 4, formation and activities of the DCA ATC Tower Helicopter Working Group.
I liked this
the
guy.
DCA Tower Facility Level Classification, traffic management challenges at DCA, combining of the local and helicopter control positions, use of visual separation, traffic advisories, ATC safety alerts, and positive control. The airspace surrounding DCA is uniquely complex, being a Class B airspace that includes the Washington, D.C. Special Flight Rules Area, or SFRA, the Flight Restricted Zone, or freeze, as well as prohibited areas. The tower's delegated airspace at DCA is also more expansive than that seen at similar airports, covering more than 520 square miles and containing extensive helicopter operating areas and routes charted on the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart. Helicopter Route 4 was established in 1986 in the first edition of the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart and had changed very little since that time. Helicopter Route 4 was one of several charted routes designed for the transition of helicopters through the DCA Class B airspace. The Route 4 design had always posed a proximal conflict to the runway 33 approach corridor and runway 15 departure corridor, but it would continue to be used through the years. The routes were never.
Yeah, because you're crossing, like, maybe it's just the way my brain works, but I could never figure out a logical reason other than Congress being butthurt and Congress being Congress on why a helicopter route for the military needs to cross a civilian landing area. The logic there baffled my mind. And the fact that it's taken this in order for someone to finally go, well, maybe this isn't a fucking good idea. This was entirely preventable if Congress wasn't so full of themselves, if they didn't think they were more important than you. Congress, I'm here to tell you, not like anybody from Congress is actually going to watch this, you ain't that damn important because you don't actually do anything. And if my congressman were to call me today, you don't actually do anything. I've talked to you before. You don't actually fucking do anything. All you guys do is sit there and bitch. And yes, I sit here and bitch too. But all you guys do is sit there and bitch. You can't get along. And yet you think you are more important than XYZ off the street. You're more important than anybody else in the country. But you're not. You're worthless. You're worthless pieces of shit who think you're more important, and you just killed 67 people because of your egos.
Procedurally separated, meaning there were no written procedures in place to ensure that when.
Thank you for attending my TED Talk or my rant, whichever one you put. So when people are pissed at me in the comment section because I'm unhinged, Congress, you're worthless, and you had a hand in killing 67 people because of your egos.
Applied, aircraft would be automatically separated by a required minimum. While we learned from the FAA during the investigative hearing that these routes were never constructed to provide or ensure separation, we also learned that there was a lack of clear and consistent understanding and varied interpretations across user groups. The DCA ATC Tower Helicopter Working Group was formed as a direct result of a significant near-midair collision in 2013 between a helicopter and an airplane in the very same location of this accident. The working group was composed of ATC personnel from DCA Tower only, with local helicopter operators being invited as necessary to address identified safety concerns as they arose. The working group proposed several recommendations to the FAA, including one to remove or relocate Route 4 in order to deconflict with the runway 33 approach corridor and runway 15 departure corridor, as well as the addition of hotspots to aeronautical charting to bring awareness to pilots about the increased risk potential when operating in these areas of the proximity events. The FAA chose not to act on the working group's recommendation to remove or relocate Route 4. Additionally, the FAA rejected the working group's recommendation to add hotspots to helicopter route charts. In 2018, due to a change in the method in computing facility level traffic counts, DCA Tower was downgraded from a level 10 to a level 9 facility. The FAA declined to provide detailed criteria or the metrics used to establish DCA's facility level, but information available suggested that total traffic count was the driving factor in determining facility levels in general. Staff feel that there was an inadequate consideration given to airspace, airport, and operations complexity in the downgrading of DCA's tower facility level, and negatively impacted facility health as they experienced an inability to retain or recruit the experience level needed in control staff. In addition, no consideration appeared to be given to the high cost of living in the DC area, with a 15% difference in pay between levels 9 and 10, the biggest salary gap between any two air traffic control facility levels.
That sucks.
We found that DCA Tower had significant airfield, airspace, and mixed fleet operations complexities that were inconsistent with their current facility level. We also found that aside from the traffic count alone, FAA provided no evidence that operational complexities or cost of living were considered in their criteria for establishing air traffic control facility levels. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. According to public records, as of 2023, and reportedly still accurate today, DCA had the busiest single runway in the national airspace system, total operations exceeding those documented at airports, including Chicago O'Hare, Los Angeles, Dallas-Fort Worth, and LaGuardia. DCA was a capacity-constrained airport, and their traffic flow was largely managed through airport arrival rates, miles and trail spacing, and slot controls. Making this management more difficult was the limited surface area and complex airfield geometry at DCA that required regular workarounds by ATC in order to avoid delays or gridlock. The FAA used slots to limit scheduled traffic at capacity-constrained airports like DCA, as well as John F. Kennedy International Airport and LaGuardia International Airport in New York. DCA was limited to a maximum of 67 slots per hour, 60 of those by regulation, and an additional 7 allowed by statute. According to post-accident interviews conducted with DCA ATC staff, certain air carriers would routinely front and backload their scheduling into the first half hour and last half hour of a 2-hour block, which resulted in periods of compacted demand. This resulted in DCA reaching total operations of 80 or more per hour at times. DCA slots are allocated in 60-minute blocks. After LaGuardia experienced similar problems, a rulemaking change was adopted that requires their slots to be allocated in 30-minute blocks, providing a more consistent traffic flow. Time-based flow management, or TBFM, was a system whose core function was.
So before he gets into this, I'm going to reach out to an old acquaintance of mine, a former coworker who worked in airport ops for the airline I worked for, and would actually work on the scheduling of flights in and out of the airport I worked at. I'm going to see if he remembers how this worked at our airport and if he remembers the numbers. It's been a while since I've talked to him, so he might not even respond. Who knows? It's been like a decade. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm curious, as my mom also worked in aviation as a gate and ticket agent, and I'm curious if she remembers any of these numbers. Okay, and I have to go.
To provide the ability to schedule aircraft within a stream of traffic to reach a defined constraint point at specified times, creating a time-ordered sequence of traffic. Though reportedly equipment had been installed and the capability was there for several years, the FAA had not activated the system for DCA. Additionally, American Airlines testified at the investigative hearing that TBFM was used at several of their other hub airports and that it smoothed out the volume of traffic while also providing more accurate miles and trail. We found that DCA Tower routinely received less than the required miles and trail spacing from the Potomac TRACON, requiring controllers to build spacing to accommodate departures using various methods. A common mitigation strategy was to periodically offload arrivals to runway 33 as they were doing on the night of the accident. This involved requesting crews that were on approach to land on runway 1 to change their landing runway and circle to land on runway 33 instead. We found that DCA would benefit from established rulemaking similar to that used by LaGuardia, requiring allocation of traffic in 30-minute blocks rather than 60-minute blocks. We also found that time-based flow management would provide DCA Tower with a consistent flow of traffic, more accurate spacing, and greater predictability. We recently learned that phase 1 of this went operational in October of 2025, with full implementation planned to be completed by March 2026. Staff have proposed 3 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Combining of the control positions is commonplace in air traffic control, and in facilities like DCA Tower, detailed policy guidance is required to reduce the risk by preventing the combining of positions under the wrong circumstances. The policy at DCA regarding staffing of the helicopter control position had changed several times over the years, becoming less restrictive each time. During prescribed hours, the policy went from helicopter control must be open in 2016 and only authorized to be combined with air traffic manager or support manager approval to 2023 becoming helicopter control must normally be decombined, meaning staffed separately. Then in 2024, it became helicopter control should normally be decombined, and it authorized the positions to be combined at the supervisor or controller in charge level's discretion. The softening in this policy from helicopter control must be open to helicopter control should normally be decombined with no requirement of a corresponding log entry or rationale opened the policy up for varied interpretation. On the day of the accident, the helicopter position had been open or staffed separately for less than 1.5 hours the entire day and had been combined with local control for more than 5 hours leading up to the time of the accident. There was no requirement to log the combining of helicopter and control positions nor any position combination at DCA Tower. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. We will now show an animation and will pause for those who would like to leave the room or turn away from their screens. The animation will play for approximately 3 minutes. We will be dimming the lights in the boardroom so that people can see the animation better. This photograph from the interior of the DCA Air Traffic Control Tower shows the view to the southeast across the Potomac River. Traffic displays can be seen overhead. The traffic displays can be moved to suit the needs of the staff in the tower. This animation presents a simulated view from the tower. The point of view was based on the local controller's recollection of his position. The local controller could have changed position or orientation slightly on the night of the accident. The underlying animation was produced by the Federal Aviation Administration Target Generation Facility Simulation Branch. A dark gray structural mask generated from a three-dimensional laser scan of the tower conducted by NTSB staff is overlaid on the scene. Audio recordings of air traffic control communications are synchronized with the animation. Local controller broadcasts are shown in text at lower left. Aircraft broadcasts are shown in text at lower right.
American 1631 star 32014 goes to 5 traffic 2 mile elevation runway 33, no delay, runway 13 for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, clear for takeoff, American 1630.
Most of 7 request. Most of you say route for zone 6. Most 7 birth.
American 472, good evening, here, one with single medevac helicopter 1000 feet, 2991 on the altimeter, requesting zone 6, Fairfax.
Medevac Air Care 1 Washington, just altimeter 2990, is Portland, Street, Fairfax.
2990, Fairfax 1, copy.
Pass 25, get the CRJ in sight. Pass 25, pass behind the CRJ.
This one has a aircraft in sight, Chris, separation.
Separation.
American 472.
Oh, what?
American 472, Washington, 1 star 2017.
The animation has completed playing. There are two types of visual separation: tower applied, where the tower controller sees the involved aircraft and issues positive control instructions to effect separation; and pilot applied, where the pilot of one aircraft sees and maintains visual contact with the other aircraft and provides their own separation by maneuvering as necessary to avoid it. Visual separation was heavily relied upon and was the primary means of separating helicopter and fixed-wing traffic in the DCA area when weather conditions permitted. To not increase controller workload, traffic congestion, and traffic complexity, controllers were motivated to and routinely authorized visual separation for helicopters transiting the DCA airspace, and helicopter crews were encouraged to request visual separation as early as possible. According to facility records, DCA Tower had a documented history of controllers lacking in the understanding of basic fundamentals in pilot-applied visual separation, as well as a history of the misapplication of pilot-applied visual separation. The local controller's initial traffic advisory provided to PAT 25, reference PSA Flight 5342, was technically compliant, but no follow-on or updated traffic advisories were provided. There was no corresponding traffic advisory provided to PSA Flight 5342 at any time. The conflict alert first activated between PAT 25 and Flight 5342 26 seconds before the collision, while they were still about 1.6 miles apart and on converging courses. Considering the proximity of both aircraft and their continually converging courses, according to the radar replay of the event, targets were such that merging target procedures should have been provided, which would have included traffic advisories to both aircraft. The local controller stated they were concerned about both the close proximity of PAT 25 to PSA Flight 5342 and their converging courses. This, coupled with the conflict alert that was active at the time, the controller should have issued a safety alert, which would have included updated traffic advisory information and an alternate course of action if feasible. Neither were done in this case. Had a safety alert been issued, it would have increased the situation awareness of both crews and alerted them of their closing proximity to one another. Additionally, a timely safety alert may have allowed action to be taken by one or both crews to avert the collision. Positive control is defined by the FAA as the separation of all air traffic within designated airspace by air traffic control. And other FAA guidance included elements of positive control as taking command of control situations and not acting in a hesitant or unsure manner, and that a controller exercising positive control observes present and considers forecasted traffic to predict task overload and takes appropriate action to prevent or lessen the situation. Positive control was not exercised at all times on the night of the accident. Had the local controller exercised appropriate positive control with timely safety alert on the evening of the accident, one or both flight crews may have been able to take action in time to avert the collision. Thank you. Dr. Wilson will now continue with her presentation.
Good morning. I will discuss DCA air traffic control tower use of visual separation on the night of the accident, the concept of situation awareness, combining the local control and helicopter control positions, recognition of impending collision and expectation-driven process, the conflict alerts.
Okay, situational awareness is, I'm just going to get a little preachy for a second, is something we as military aviation are preached about. Head on a swivel, especially when you work on E2Cs like I did, which are prop planes. Head on swivel, because you turn the wrong way when you're leaving the aircraft when it's running, and you are now, I don't know, think of a blender. You know, what happens when a solid object goes through a blender? That's what you become if you accidentally walk through a prop. Just, Anyway, we are preached to situational awareness, head on a swivel. It's one of the reasons that I can't sit still, because I'm always like I hear noise. But it's another thing that I've realized, that civilians, and even people in the military too, but civilians just don't have. There is no situational awareness. Not a one. Like, for example, this stupid thing. Everybody's got one. I love them and hate them at the same time. But I had a doctor walking through the hallway at the hospital like this, ran straight the hell into me. This is how, I'm not intimidated by anybody, because I told him, I was like, get off your damn phone and watch where the fuck you're going. I don't care if you're a doctor or not. Figure out where to... I put it a little more eloquently back then. But at the same time, it was like, I was not afraid the fact that he said MD on his little name tag. That watch where the hell you're going. There's no situational awareness. He's a damn doctor. He's a fucking a high level degree. Can't do two things at once. Like, these are the people that literally walk into the middle of the street without looking both ways and get ran over by a car and then blame the car. No situational awareness. So the fact that they're preaching and teaching the situational awareness concept in this hearing, I'm actually kind of grateful for. Yeah, your hamburger. Yes. Well, benefit of not having a basement. But my garage gets that. The one good thing about the cold is no spider gate right now. Although I did kill a big ass one in the garage the other day, that was hiding behind my weight set. And we've had 2 huge ones, but those are the ones that aren't poisonous or venomous. So, yeah. Situational awareness. It's one of the things that I'm highly shocked that the pilot of the Hilo did not have. She seemed blissfully unaware of her altitude, for one. Blissfully unaware.
System, radio communications when the local control and helicopter control positions are combined, time on position limitations, threat and air management, and risk management. Given the proximity of helicopter routes and zones to the approach and departure corridors for fixed wing traffic, applying pilot-applied visual separation reduced controller workload and airspace congestion and complexity. As such, DCA ATC tower controllers were motivated to provide a traffic advisory and authorize visual separation for helicopters transiting DC airspace as early as possible. The local controller's expectation that PAT 25 crew had flight 5342 in sight was not necessarily valid. As a result, there was potential for the local controller to overestimate the level of traffic awareness the PAT 25 crew had and to underestimate the level of information and assistance they might subsequently require to ensure collision avoidance. Situation awareness forms a basis for decision-making. Situation awareness is not only what the controller is perceiving in the current air traffic situation, but how they interpret that information and use it to project the future state of traffic moving in their airspace. Controllers must maintain awareness of each aircraft they are managing to include, for example, location, altitude, and airspeed, and anticipate where the aircraft will be in the seconds and minutes to follow. A controller's ability to maintain situation awareness is impacted by task and environmental factors, such as their workload and divided attention, and individual factors such as training and experience. As cognitive capacity is reduced, for example, with increasing workload due to increasing traffic complexity, traffic volume, and/or frequent radio communications, a controller's ability to maintain situation awareness is reduced. Because the local control and helicopter control positions were combined, the local controller was responsible for coordinating arrivals and departures, as well as VFR helicopter traffic transiting DCA airspace. In a post-accident interview, the local controller stated that he felt a little overwhelmed about 10 to 15 minutes before the accident when the traffic volume increased to 10 aircraft, consisting of 5 airplanes and 5 helicopters. But he felt the volume was manageable when 1 or 2 helicopters left the airspace. About 90 seconds before the collision, the traffic volume increased to a maximum of 12 aircraft, consisting of 7 airplanes and 5 helicopters. Radio communication showed that the local controller was shifting his focus between airborne, ground, and transiting aircraft. Keeping the local control and helicopter control positions combined on the night of the accident increased the local controller's workload and reduced his situation awareness. Controllers routinely monitor the current state of an aircraft and predict its future location in relation to other aircraft. Conflicts that develop slowly, particularly at night, are inherently difficult for people to recognize due to reduced visual cues. Gradual change can reduce situation awareness and delay recognition. The local controller expected that PAT 25 would remain clear of Flight 5342 because the PAT 25 instructor pilot stated that he had the airplane in sight and would maintain visual separation. The frequent use of pilot-applied visual separation reinforces the expectation that the pilot of one aircraft will maintain separation from another aircraft. Because it has repeatedly worked as expected, it can be more difficult for a controller to notice deviations, especially when workload is high, like on the night of the accident. The conflict alert system acts as a safety net designed to draw a controller's attention to a potential conflict using an oral alert, a flashing red CA on the certified tower radar display, or CTRD, and a conflict list on the CTRD indicating in red the aircraft involved. The image on the right depicts the red conflict alert that appeared for the accident aircraft. Conflict alerts are presented the same regardless of the severity of the conflict. Conflict alert activation is common at DCA ATC Tower. NTSB staff are concerned that frequent nuisance alerts may desensitize controllers to the alerts and lead to slower reaction time. Providing controllers with additional salient cues regarding the severity of a potential conflict would reduce controller cognitive load and likely improve response time.
It's the cry wolf effect. When you hear the same thing over and over and over again, it doesn't mean anything. It's like when people bitch and bitch and bitch about the same thing and you stop listening, and then all of a sudden there is a problem. You don't pay as much attention because they're always bitching about something. Kind of makes sense, but maybe having levels of alerts instead of just one solid thing, like, I don't know. It seems like common sense, but why do we need a tragedy in order to make these recommendations? Why wouldn't this be something that would have been thought of by, I don't know, the designers, the air traffic controllers who use this and were like, hey, there's something wrong with this. We need to, we get desensitized to these, or we constantly turn these off. But what happens if there is something that matters and we don't care? Like, there's no, they did not have a safety stand down, AT1. They did not have a safety stand down.
Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. The DCA ATC tower utilized a discrete frequency for communicating with helicopters to avoid interference and frequency congestion, even when the local control and helicopter control positions were combined. Separate frequencies also made the process of decombining the helicopter and local control positions easier. When the local control and helicopter control positions were combined, airplane and helicopter pilots could hear all transmissions made by the controller. However, transmissions made by helicopters were not audible to airplanes, and transmissions made from airplanes were not audible to helicopters. This alleviated frequency congestion. However, pilots reported that hearing all transmissions would improve their situation awareness. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. The operations supervisor had been working on a control position for over 4 hours at the time of the accident and had been working on the operations supervisor position specifically for the 2 hours before the accident. Given his extended time on position, it is likely that the operations supervisor was experiencing reduced alertness at the time of the accident, which decreased his ability to effectively assess operational risks. The collective bargaining agreement between the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, or NATCA, and the FAA require relief opportunities for all operational staff. However, the agreement does not cover supervisory personnel, and there are no mandatory relief periods for supervisors. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. Threat and error management.
Okay, Papa Squid brings up a good point. Maybe the NTSB should have more power than just giving recommendations. So over the course of this process, I have learned quite a bit. And one of the things that I've learned is I know from personal experience, well, secondhand experience, AKA my better half, that when dealing with the FAA during an investigation and the NTSB, they are not nice people. They have a job to do. They're not friendly to deal with, especially when they think you might be at fault. However, the NTSB gives the FAA recommendations seemingly quite consistently, and the FAA seems to do absolutely nothing with them. The FAA leadership needs to be overhauled. Maybe the NTSB and the FAA need to be combined, and the NTSB needs to be a branch of the FAA. Even though the NTSB, I know they have more than just aviation, so it makes it complicated because they do railroad, highway, everything. However, something is gotta change because the NTSB seems to give recommendations to the FAA frequently, and what I have noticed is that the FAA doesn't seem to give a flying rat's behind. So, I just, and hey, Peachy, how are you? Yes, Anne Marine. Thank you, Paul.
Management originated in the human factors literature and was first applied in flight tech operations before being applied in air traffic control. Threat and error management, or TEM, is a process for identifying safety risks in the environment, analyzing those risks, and minimizing or mitigating those risks. In November 2016, the NTSB issued Safety Recommendation A-16-51, asking the FAA to provide initial and recurrent training for air traffic controllers on controller judgment, vigilance, and/or safety awareness, with specific reference to 2 mid-air collisions that occurred in 2015. In July 2017, the FAA responded that instruction on threat and error management was being delivered to controllers as part of 2017 instructor-led recurrent training and would be required training for future controllers. A review of training records for controllers involved in the accident did not indicate that they received TEM training in 2017, nor were controllers familiar with the term threat and error management during post-accident interviews. TEM training can strengthen situation awareness, promote team communication, emphasize effective scanning habits, help in recognizing patterns and developing adverse events, and enhance decision-making under stress. TEM training would also benefit controllers performing supervisory duties who are responsible for overseeing facility operations and making operational decisions, such as when to combine or decombine control positions. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA in this area. When making operational decisions,
Okay, so one thing that I've noticed, and y'all can put in, let me know what you guys think, but even though this happened, the NTSB has been, and with not just this investigation, but with all their investigations, if you go to their website and you actually start like looking, they are pretty transparent with all of their investigations. I cannot say the same thing for the FAA, and when they are given recommendations, it's a lot harder to find on the FAA's website if I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying it's hard for me to find. Take that with a grain of salt because sometimes things can be captain obvious, and if they were a snake, they would have bit me. Jeffrey, stop. Don't go anywhere with that. But if it was a snake, it would have bit me kind of research. However, the NTSB's website is pretty easy to navigate. They have things hyperlinked. They have dockets. The areas are separated out by investigations, the reports, what kind of reports, aviation, highway, marine, rail. The FAA, not as transparent. So they might be doing some of this stuff, but they make it very hard for people to find this information. And I believe that's one of my problems with government is transparency. Y'all do shit. Y'all take our money. Y'all do shit. Let us know what you're doing with our money, because you don't have a very good track record with spending and safety. Tuskegee Airmen. Do we need to, Tuskegee. There's been plenty of reasons why the government should not be trusted. And I'm not sure I trust the FAA to do what the NTSB wants them to do. And I don't know how I feel about that.
supervisors must balance safety and risk management with the operational demands of the facility. The DCA ATC Tower standard operating procedures did not provide guidance or make a tool available to support supervisors in identifying risks, analyzing the impact of risks, prioritizing risks based on the likelihood and impact, or developing strategies to reduce or eliminate risks. A real-time risk assessment or decision-making tool would have likely benefited the operations supervisor in identifying and mitigating the operational risk factors that were present on the night of the accident. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA in this area. Thank you. Dr. Kyagill will now continue with his presentation.
Good morning. I will discuss post-accident drug and alcohol testing requirements for FAA-employed air traffic controllers. I also will discuss the post-accident drug and alcohol testing of the local controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor involved in this accident. FAA-employed air traffic controllers are subject to federal workplace drug and alcohol testing requirements for Department of Transportation employees. These requirements are established by DOT order and are distinct from the drug and alcohol testing regulations that apply to DOT-regulated employers, such as airlines. By DOT order, post-accident or post-incident drug and alcohol testing is required after an accident or incident that involves any of the following: a fatality, substantial damage to aircraft, vehicles, or property, required medical treatment away from the accident site, or other unsafe practices as defined by orders or regulations. Controllers are identified as being subject to required testing when their performance provides reason to believe that it may have contributed, or when their performance cannot be completely discounted as a contributing factor. By DOT order, required post-accident drug and alcohol testing must be conducted as soon as possible following an accident. Whenever possible, required post-accident drug testing must be completed within 4 hours of the accident, and required post-accident alcohol testing must be completed within 2 hours. The DOT order allows for drug testing up to 5 days after the accident and alcohol testing up to 8 hours after the accident. The controllers in this accident underwent workplace post-accident urine drug testing about 18 to 20 hours after the accident. This testing did not find any evidence of prohibited substance use. Post-accident alcohol testing, although required, was not performed. This investigation determined that the FAA Air Traffic Organization made the drug and alcohol testing determination almost 3.5 hours after the accident. The decision was made to test for drugs only because the controllers already had been released from the facility about 15 minutes earlier. Drug testing was scheduled for the afternoon of the day after the accident. Staff found that the ATO's drug and alcohol testing determination was not sufficiently timely to meet DOT's required testing timeframes. Additionally, the ATO's decision to not conduct drug testing as soon as possible and to not conduct alcohol testing at all violated DOT requirements. The ATO's delayed and inappropriate drug and alcohol testing determination was due in part to inadequate ATO staff understanding of the DOT's requirements for timely testing. Staff also found that the ATO's initial event response procedures are inadequately designed to meet requirements for timely testing. Because the ATO procedures dictate that the drug and alcohol testing determination be made concurrently with the services rendered telephone conference. The SRT is a management review to assess air traffic services associated with an event and does not take place until after multiple time-consuming administrative and initial investigative actions, including notifying and convening various personnel and preparing audio communications and radar display information for playback. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA and 1 to the DOT in this area. This concludes my presentation, and we are now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Banning, and certainly Mr. Soper, Dr. Wilson, and Dr. Keigel for your excellent and thorough presentations. As I mentioned at the outset, there's a lot of information in the report, substantially more information than we're able to present in even a day's time. So we have had the pleasure of reviewing your work. You're in the draft, and appreciate that. I have a question. I have a lot of questions in this area, but one I want to start with. Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport opened in 1941. Runway 1533 was part of the airport's original configuration since it opened. The Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart was published in 1986, maybe went through one small change to add a compulsory reporting point around Wilson Bridge. Between 1991 and the time of the accident, there had been changes to route altitudes and police zone boundaries, but not any substantial changes to the route. You mentioned that the routes were never designed to ensure separation in your presentation. Yet we know over time, concerns were raised repeatedly, went unheard, squashed, however you want to put it, stuck in red tape and bureaucracy of a very large organization, somehow didn't make it up. Repeated recommendations over the years, so much so that DC Tower took it upon themselves to create a helicopter working group because they had concerns. How is it that no one, absolutely no one, in the FAA did the work to figure out there was only 75 feet, at best, 75 feet of vertical separation between a helicopter on Route 4 and an airplane landing on runway 33? How is it nobody until we did this investigation?
I love her.
That's a great question. And we've asked the same question among staff, and that's precisely why we have recommended the assessment of these helicopter routes, not just what was there at the time, but everything that exists today for this airport. They've conducted others, but we're focused on this one right here. So we have recommended that in our recommendations.
Yeah, in fact, in our findings of our urgent recommendation report, we stated existing separation distances between helicopter traffic operating on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33 are insufficient and pose an intolerable risk to aviation safety by increasing the chances of a mid-air collision. I'm going to ask Mr. Banning and Mr. LeBaron, your pilots, is there anywhere in our airspace that 75 feet of vertical separation is acceptable?
No,
I'd say not to me.
not to me either.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it wasn't until Ms. Moeller.
Oh, by the way, we all know somebody who when they fly, regularly flies out of DC. Flash Fan lives in DC. Flash Fan is our resident DC resident. Flies out of DC. So when we talk about this, think about it from if you want to make it a little easier to understand from a personal aspect, think about it as our friend Flash Fan flies out of this airport whenever he flies. Puts it on a real person and a human perspective with somebody you all talk to on a regular basis and a friend of this channel. Not even on an aircraft carrier. Taxiing, yes, within a few feet of each other. However, flying, still not. No. Even flying, unless you're in the fucking Blue Angels or it's your wingman, who you've trained with, still not acceptable for two pilots who have never worked together before, who don't know each other. 75 feet still not appropriate.
And others mapped it out. Thank you for your work. That we figured it out. Years of nobody listening. Opportunities too. So I'm going to ask, FAA order states that terminal operations service area directors are responsible for conducting annual reviews of existing helicopter route charts to determine their accuracy and continued utility. Do we have any evidence that these annual reviews were conducted?
No, we do not. We asked for that information and they were unable to provide that nor identify the individual that you just named.
Right.
Since then, it has been changed to the air traffic manager responsible for those, but at the time of this event, it was that individual that you named, and we have no evidence of any of it.
Do we even know who the terminal, so we have no idea who the terminal operations service area director is for the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart that was the requirement and the person responsible for conducting these annual reviews at that time?
That's correct. We do not know, and as of 2 days ago, the FAA responded in the same manner. They did not either.
The FAA had no idea who a terminal, terminal operations service area director was, who was responsible for conducting annual reviews, ensuring the safety of helicopters transiting the airspace around DCA. No idea who that was. Yeah. So we invited an individual to our hearing from the mapping office to our investigative hearing to discuss the route, to discuss annual reviews and discuss any sort of proposal. Turns out, we learned after the hearing, she wasn't the right person to invite. We should have invited this terminal operations service area director that nobody at FAA could figure out who that was. Was FAA a party to the...
So basically, when we talk about fraud in the government, okay, so think about all the people who get paid, all your billions and billions of tax dollars. They're paying a position probably $300,000 to $500,000 per year for this position, who's supposed to do these annual checks. No one in two different agencies. Oh, shiza. No one in two different agencies can name who this person is. So you're telling me there is a position that is earning a paycheck, tax dollar money, taxpayers' money, and no one in two different agencies, thousands of people who work for both of these agencies combined, can tell us, or this woman or these investigators, who this person is. What on God's green earth is going on in Washington? Like, just when you think the shit can't get any deeper, and this is why when people talk about a swamp, and this is why I got so annoyed last year when like Doge, people got mad at Doge for finding this crap, but not actually mad at the people doing this crap. You're getting mad at the people exposing this shit, but not actually mad at the shit that's going on. This is another reason why our government is too big, because you have hundreds of thousands of tax dollars per year going to a position that nobody can name who is actually in that position. And I guarantee you that position is filled. Because God forbid somebody not want a government paycheck of a few $100,000. Mm. Oh yeah, Atlanta's a shit show. I have to go through Atlanta. I go Savannah, Atlanta. Yeah. I go Savannah, Atlanta, wherever I'm going. But Atlanta is the biggest airport in the world. And it just so happens to be the only airport that I can connect to through Delta because it's Delta's hub. You know, shit's weird. Imagine what could actually be done in the name of air safety, infrastructure, and healthcare if tens of billions wasn't sent outside the U.S. borders. Well, that's true, too. I don't disagree with you there. As Senator Kennedy said, why do we pay people billions of dollars to hate us when they can hate us for free?
Hearing.
Yes, they were.
What is required of parties to the hearing when we come to a hearing? For example, are they part of the planning of the hearing, and would they go through the witnesses and list of witnesses with us and possibly be required to identify when we have the wrong witness?
Absolutely. Their responsibility is to advise us on the correct witness for the correct subject area.
Did FAA raise this with us at all, that this was not the right person to question at the time?
They did not. They actually provided this person to us.
They provided this person to us that could not answer any of our questions at the hearing regarding annual reviews, probably because they had no idea.
Now we know why that woman seemed dazed and confused. I just thought she was stupid. Turns out that she wasn't even supposed to be there.
Who a Terminal Operations Service Area Director was. Thank you. That runs out my 5 minutes. So turning to member, I am so sorry, Mike Graham.
It's been a long few weeks, hasn't it? I'd like to direct these questions to Mr. Soper, and I'm going to ask you some questions about the primary duties and responsibilities for the different control positions in the control tower as they relate to the DCA ATC tower information outlined in their SOP. As a former controller yourself, I want you to share your perspective on which duty or responsibility is most important for each of the following positions. What would that be for the local controller?
According to the
It's one of the reasons that I like doing these hearings. Yes, they're not very popular. No, they don't make me money. So when people say I'm a grifter and I only do this for the money, there's 14 people watching right now. Like this will maybe get 200 views tops. However, these are some of the most important because they not only show us what is going on with safety wise and what is supposed to be changing and what our government has learned, but what is going on inside the government that nobody is telling you.
DCA's SOP, Air Traffic Control Tower's SOP, the local controller must provide initial separation between successive departures and arrivals and provide separation between arrivals and departures in those aircraft operating under their jurisdiction airspace.
That's their primary duty.
Yes.
How about the helicopter controller?
The helicopter control, according to the SOP, is to separate VFR traffic from the DCA arrivals and departures or fixed wing traffic, issue safety alerts and traffic advisories as required, and to clear VFR aircraft on routes or into zones as depicted on the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart.
How about the assistant local controller?
They are there exactly like you might think to alert the local controller or assist and alert the local controller of any unusual situations or developing traffic conflicts, maintain surveillance of the local traffic pattern and landing areas, and utilize visual memory aids when required to help them not miss anything and assist the local controller in monitoring aircraft in their airspace as well as on the CTRD or the control tower radar display.
And how about the primary duty and responsibility for the operations supervisor?
The operations supervisor provides operational supervision and directs the tower operation to ensure an efficient flow of air traffic, making necessary notifications of suspected operational errors, pilot deviations, near mid-air collision reports, other incidents requiring notifications, combining and decombining of positions in accordance with criteria outlined in their SOP.
Thank you. Can you share a brief summary of how the decision was supposed to be made according to the SOP in effect at the time of the accident to combine or decombine the local and helicopter control positions?
Yes, in the SOP, it outlined that the supervisor or controller in charge at their discretion, though it stated, well, let me start out first with, it stated that the helicopter position must normally be decombined. So normally it should be decombined during these core hours, period. If the supervisor or CIC has a need to combine or decombine, if they were already combined, the positions there to consider, they have a list of 7 things, which I can list here for you: the weather conditions, VIP movements, special helicopter operations, training initiatives, staffing constraints, air carrier traffic volume, helicopter traffic volume within the DCA class Bravo. So when making a decision to combine or decombine, they should be taking all of these into account.
And who makes that decision to combine or decombine?
At that time, it was the operations supervisor.
Okay. If they were to decombine it, which they were not at the time of the accident, did they have enough personnel on the tower to do it?
They did.
They did. Okay. So based on the procedures and the present staffing levels in the tower, with 12 aircraft total on frequency in the 90 seconds leading up to the accident, as well as a steady stream of helicopter traffic in the airspace all evening, in your opinion, should the local and helicopter control positions have been decombined at the time of the accident?
Staff looked at this very closely, and we agree that we believe they should have been decombined in accordance with their manual, however softly it may have been written, and that we focused some recommendations actually in this area because we're concerned about that combining of positions.
All right, one last question. I know there's a good discussion of this in the draft report of the operations supervisor's extended time on position without a break. And I think Dr. Wilson had talked about this. Based on your investigation, are there any other factors you see as potentially playing a role in the operations supervisor's loss of situational awareness and the reduction in their ability to proactively assess the risk posed by the traffic and the environmental conditions at the time of the accident?
We looked at a number of factors that could have impacted his performance, or his awareness on duty that day, but we really felt that his extended time on position was the reason that he had the decreased vigilance and attentiveness.
And was there anything that looked at as the amount of time that they had been at that facility?
Could you clarify what you mean by
That supervisor, how long had they been at that facility and making their tenure there? That's okay. I'm past my time.
I understand what you're saying. So yeah, he was a relatively new operations supervisor. And one of the recommendations that we have, particularly for the threat and air management, is we think that would have benefited him on making better decisions that day as well.
But they had prior experience as a controller, correct?
Yes, he did. He was new to being an operations supervisor, but had been a controller for some time.
Thank you.
Member Inman.
Kat, I'm going to follow up just a little bit on that. You mentioned threat and error management. We made this recommendation in 2016 based on something we had seen. And the response we got was, yes, we're going to do it. And all new controllers are going to get it. We were promised that this was happening, right?
We were.
Did they do it?
When we reviewed the training records for the controllers involved, we did not see that they received the integrated safety training workshop, which included threat and air management training. We did see that the operations supervisor did have a workshop of that same name a couple of years before, and then a new hire who was working on position, not one of the controllers involved, he had a workshop in, I believe, 2023 with that same name. But that was the only evidence that we had of that workshop being provided to any of the controllers on duty.
So you just mentioned 2 people?
Yes.
And there were 21 that were assigned to the tower?
We only looked at the training records for the controllers that were involved the night of the accident.
Okay. But obviously, what we were told that has happened and was occurring did not actually occur.
We don't have evidence that it occurred.
It's okay. I can say that. Thanks, Kat.
The answer is no.
It's kind of like
It's okay, I can say that.
Dr. Cahill, you mentioned about alcohol and drug testing, and I know we don't know or don't believe that it may have played a role in this, but it's obviously a violation and something we've looked at many times before. Is that correct?
This is not the first time that we've seen it, and you're correct. We did not find any evidence that this was an issue in this accident, but we did address it as a safety issue in our recommendations.
So you saw the investigative hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nick Fuller testified at that point that they were aware of their shortcomings and they were going to make modifications and changes. Is that right?
That's correct. Mr. Fuller testified that the FAA was working to revise the FAA's order for initial event response procedures, which are the orders that tie the drug and alcohol determination to the services rendered telephone conference.
And do we know if they've done that yet?
As of this date, they have not published that as a revised procedure, no, sir.
Exactly. But the answer to the question is no, because I was in Louisville, Kentucky when 15 people died and they didn't test then either. So they're not learning a lesson, obviously, nor what they're telling us seems to be factual all the time. It's okay. It's a rhetorical question. I want to go back, I guess, Mr. Soper. I asked or questioned this about putting this into the report, and I understand staff's reservation because it's considered slang. But can you tell us what squeeze play is? It was mentioned in several of controller interviews and it was discussed somewhat in the reports.
Yeah, so there is no definition, formal or informal, for squeeze play. It is sort of a slang term, but controllers understand it for those times when you are taking action to get a departure out in between arrivals that might be a tight space, or to fit one into an arrival sequence and maybe in a radar situation where they're having to expedite everything and everything has to kind of work just right for it.
So I think you're describing this type of scenario that happened with 5342. Is that correct?
5342, yeah, somewhat. Yeah, it's similar to a squeeze play, yes.
So I'm kind of curious. The controller had asked them to circle so they could offload departure. But we look back in American 1630, was the last aircraft to be cleared for takeoff prior to the accident. And it departed 12 minutes early. They have safely arrived 25 minutes early. I guess, do the controllers know when they're prioritizing an aircraft so it can leave earlier, or should they even be aware whenever they're trying to attempt this? Or are they trying to just, I know we've heard some testimony in regard to the geography at DCA, but should they be aware of that?
So they would generally not necessarily be aware if they were early. They would be aware if they had been assigned a departure time based on traffic initiatives or something where they actually get an assigned time. So in those cases, they would know they have to get this aircraft out in a particular window. As far as if the aircraft had taxied maybe a little bit early, they might see the fact that he was scheduled for departure at 2020 and he was ready for departure at 2015 or something. They might see that, but it wouldn't necessarily alarm them, or change something.
Okay, I'll wait for the next round.
Thank you. At the time the helicopter and local control positions were combined, are the communications for air traffic control all on speaker?
For local control, yes, they are. At this tower, they keep local control communications on speaker all of the time.
So the operations supervisor could hear what was being stated?
He should have been able to.
Okay. Potomac, my understanding is that at some point the operations supervisor received a phone call from Potomac Tracon requesting a reduction in miles and trail, correct?
That is correct.
And essentially what that means is to reduce spacing to allow for more arrivals.
Correct.
What does that do for the controllers?
When you start decreasing below that miles and trail that was requested or that was in for the restriction, it makes it much more difficult to get departures out in between those arrivals.
And when they accept that, is there any sort of criteria or look, or did the operations supervisor say to the local controller, hey, is this okay? How do you feel about this? Or it was just approved?
We have no evidence that he asked anybody, and according to the recording, it was relatively quick. When he asked, he responded immediately that it was approved.
That it was approved. So they would reduce spacing and get more arrivals in, increasing workload for the controllers. What was the assistant local controller doing at this time?
At the time that they made the decision to...
I'm sorry, at the time of the accident, time of the collision?
So at the time of the accident, according to post-accident interviews, the assistant local controller was writing down information on helicopters.
And what is the role of the assistant local controller?
To assist the local controller in surveilling the airborne aircraft and monitoring the CTRD for conflicts and alerts.
Monitoring and helping alert.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. How was the mix of, actually, I'm going to read this from our report because I don't want to catch you off guard because you don't have the full report right in front of you. But I do think it's worth noting that in our report, we state DCA is capacity constrained. Since 1991, annual air carrier tower operations increased from 175,224 to a peak of 294,312 in 2024. Over the same period, tower operations attributable to air taxi and general aviation declined substantially. Air taxi operations peaked in 2007 at 118,228 operations, but fell to 1,594 operations in 2024. General aviation operations declined sharply after 2001 from 32,286 to fewer than 3,000 operations per year in every subsequent year. Air taxi, GA, meaning general aviation, and military operations accounted for 43.8% of all fixed wing instrument flight rules operations in 2007, but only 1.3% by 2025. This change also altered the mix of traffic operating at DCA, with smaller airplanes increasingly replaced by larger air carrier category aircraft. Because larger, heavier airplanes have more restrictive performance margins on DCA's shorter runways, demand for runways 119, the airport's longest runway, increased. What did this change in the mix of traffic do did this increase workload for the tower and any sort of coordination demands for local and ground controllers?
It certainly did. We've documented in the report that as we mentioned earlier, even in my presentation, they have the busiest single runway in the National Airspace System, and what you just explained is precisely why.
And they were using runway 33 to offload some of that traffic in order to get more in and to deal with some spacing, including other measures like tromboning and other things which we could talk about later. But my point is, this did increase
Tromboning
workload.
just
Did
sounds
anyone
so
in
wrong.
FAA ever say, hey, maybe we should look at how things have changed at DCA?
We have found no evidence of that and have made recommendations directly to that.
Yeah, well, I wonder if they actually looked at any other airspace or major airports in the U.S. With that, Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I think these are for you, Mr. Soper. How often are airport arrival rates reviewed?
According to FAA procedure, they should be reviewed annually every February.
Okay. And what factors go into those reviews to determine if an arrival rate needs to be reduced?
I'm going to look at my notes real quick.
No problem.
So there is a list, and that's why I knew I wanted to look at my notes. I have this list handy because I thought this may come up. So they look at a list of things that they have listed: intersecting arrival, departure runways, distance between arrival runways, dual purpose runways for when they share arrivals and departures to the same runway, land and hold short utilization, availability of high-speed taxiways, airspace limitations and constraints, procedural limitations for missed approach protection, noise abatement, et cetera, taxiway layouts, and meteorological conditions all should be considered.
And all those factors in context with DCA, would you say that every one of those factors was in play with the arrival rate at DCA?
I think our staff concluded that it does not appear that, and we have focused recommendation for that very thing.
Okay,
because we
great.
think it needs to be reviewed.
Can I ask for table 18 to be pulled up? And as I do that, I know it's going to take a few minutes. I got a couple other questions before that. What was DCA's arrival rate at the time of the accident in VFR conditions?
36 at the time of the accident.
Okay. Did the FAA lower DCA's arrival rate in the years leading up to this accident?
There had been temporary lowerings of their arrival rate, but nothing's permanent.
Were there requests made to the FAA to lower the arrival rate, DCA, prior to this accident?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain in detail the request that was made to the FAA to lower the arrival rate and when that was made and who made it and why did they make it?
Yes, in May of 2023, actually, as we heard in our investigative hearing, and we spoke to this individual as well as part of our post-accident investigations, the air traffic manager from Potomac Tracon submitted a request to lower the arrival rate, specifically due to the fleet mix change that had occurred over the years and the fact that it didn't appear the arrival rate had been reviewed in quite some time, as well as the challenges they were having with miles and trail and being able to provide adequate miles and trail, and the limited constraints they have on the surface.
So they're supposed to be reviewed every year, but they hadn't been reviewed in a while. Oh. Huh?
This area there, it was getting difficult to be able to keep up. So they submitted a request to lower the arrival rate at that time.
And how did the FAA respond?
We were unable to locate the final, but ultimately they did nothing in response to that.
What's the arrival rate today after the accident?
It is 30 today.
Okay, so they lowered it now, but they didn't in 2023 after the request.
Correct. It has fluctuated since the
Yeah.
accident.
You got table 18, please put that up there. You can see there. This is the percentage of flight offloaded per year to runway 33 when landing in the northbound configuration. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. It's not that they necessarily the numbers that were offloaded, but it is the percent of usage of runway 33 in total operations.
You see it's used a little less now. Can you explain why?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the fleet mix that we keep talking about. Different type of aircraft, less aircraft can take that runway because of its shorter distance.
Okay. I know you had are there any other ways that a controller can offload going to runway 1 other than runway 33?
Sure, there are mitigations that a controller can apply, whether it's speed adjustments, some sequencing. They can even give turns. I know the chair mentioned tromboning, which is something that occurs out in the radar airspace, but turns and speed adjustments can, but they're not as effective. So they use 3.3 most often because it works very well.
Okay. And I know you had a very good presentation on the slot program and the front end loading and back end loading and all that. My final question for this round here is, if we apply this all together, what impact does a higher arrival rate than an airport can sustain, less alternatives to offload traffic due to larger aircraft and compressed airline scheduling have on air traffic controllers?
It increases all of their workload and increases risk.
And it also makes them have to do squeeze plays and make it work?
A lot of mitigation activities.
Okay, thank you.
Member Inman.
And so in that regard,
So, not to steal his words, but in that regard, yes, it's a maladaptive coping mechanism, but if it keeps you from going absolutely nuts, sometimes it's required. But that's what makes us fun and not like a news media outlet, because we have fun while talking about difficult subjects. But here, this is what makes me so angry. And this is where some people might not like who's in charge of our government right now. However, the one thing that I think a lot of people, even though we might not like his personality or how he goes about things, think about this. A lot of people in this country are pissed off about how much money we send elsewhere when we have problems of our own. And this right here, problem of our own. Problem. But FAA was saving money by not doing their job. Methinks that too. One thing that I think is, or I question, is if they were saving money by not implementing these things, where is the money that they are supposed to be getting from Congress and that Congress allocated? And I will look up those numbers later today, what their budgets have been for the last 2 or 3 years. Where's the money going? Are we paying people too much to just sit on their asses and do nothing? Oh, no. People right now are on one side of the aisle are really pissed about who's in charge because the person in charge, like it or not, is actually trying to solve some of these issues. And when you change the status quo, people get pissed. If they fix the problems, they might not be as needed. There's the Mhm. I always told my patients, and this is from a therapy perspective, so completely different than government, but my whole job is for you to not need me anymore. My whole job is for the end of 6, 8, 10 weeks, whatever, however many times we work together, for you to tell me you're fired. Thank you, but you're done. I don't need you anymore. That was my whole job. Apparently, not everybody feels that same way.
We heard some testimony earlier that the local controllers stated they were a little overwhelmed about 15 minutes before the actual crash. Then we also heard that 90 seconds before the volume had actually increased. How does a controller get out of that situation?
The controller could have asked to have the positions decombined.
And I guess from a practical point of view, you've got people that are in the tower working at that moment, and then you've got people that are in a break room that are several floors below. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if I'm in 90 seconds, my volume picks up, and I say I need help, how long is it going to take to get somebody up there to help them?
It could take minutes, but he could also rely on the assistant local control and also the operations supervisor to act as extra set of eyes and to assist in any way that they could in terms of monitoring traffic until somebody could get up there for relief.
But the assistant local controller was already supposed to be the other set of eyes, right?
She was an extra set of eyes, yes. Had she known that the controller was overloaded and needed help, she also could have potentially stopped writing down helicopter information and also started monitoring traffic for him if he felt that there was an area that she needed to focus on.
And in this case, the role of that supervisor is to be monitoring all of this. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what role did they have in monitoring this? They were on station for 4 hours, and I know we kind of talked about that, but in this case, the supervisor should be the one who starts to realize it before anyone else, right?
Yes, which is why we recommended the threat and error management training, which we believe would help with that, as well as a risk assessment tool that they can use in real time.
So was that supervisor one that actually received it out of the 5?
He received a workshop with that same name a year or two before. I think it was 2014. So it was technically before the 2017 response that we had from the FAA. So we don't know what was included in his 2014 training.
And so it sounds like he's been around for a long time.
He was hired in 2011.
Okay. I guess how does someone monitor whether a supervisor is actually actively supervising?
There would be no
$1
one there, I
million
guess,
question.
in real time monitoring the supervisor.
So there's no real way of knowing if these supervisors are actively engaging unless it's brought up in other reviews. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to and this is for a reference for later. And I've got a reference that we can pull up, and I don't know if we need it. I think, Brian, 14 CFR 91.123, whenever it talks about ATC clearance obtained. Great, thank you. It says no pilot in command may deviate from that clearance unless an amended clearance is obtained, an emergency exists, or the deviation is in response to a traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisory. So I guess my question is, in that regard, we're going to talk about TCAS and ADSB later, but in this instance, if they had gotten some type of warning, the pilots, could they have made any change? Or does it have to be what ATC actually tells them?
Now, the pilot is always in final command of the aircraft, and in that case, I think we're talking about a traffic advisory or a collision avoidance alert to them with a resolution advisory, and in that case, it meets that exactly where they will respond to that and they can break away from that clearance.
Okay. And we may get to that in the next section. Do we know what the ATC scope showed at the time that this incident occurred? Because I know we've had discussions about whether it rounds up and rounds down.
Yes, air traffic altitudes displayed on radar are rounded to the nearest 100 feet. And at the time of the closest time to impact that we can see there, the helicopter was shown at 300 and the CRJ was shown at 200. Or, no, wait, I got that wrong. Hold on. Let me check that.
That seems a little off. Yeah, I mean, never mind.
We can look and check on that, but essentially we believe that the CRJ showed above the helicopter, but the helicopter climbed right just before impact. It showed a climb from 200 to 300. I do know that.
Okay, so we can go on the next round. You can maybe answer that for me if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. I want to, I've been asked a lot about staffing. Obviously, we felt that you determined the tower was adequately staffed, though certainly the workload was significant given positions were combined. But I do want to provide,
She said it's been determined that they were adequately staffed. However, when Spawn and I were watching the hearings, the person who was in charge of the tower said that they were understaffed. I don't have the numbers. I have to find that notebook somewhere with the numbers in it. I don't have them, but they were understaffed. Significantly understaffed. They might have been adequately staffed, but that doesn't mean that they were appropriately staffed. There is a difference. Like, you can do work with this amount of staff, but should you?
ask the staff to check. based on September 29th, 2025 versus, today. I think we looked at January 5th, 2026, and what those numbers were. And I'm just going to go for, certainly there are more authorized positions, but I think I'm going to focus on who was operational, meaning numbers of people available to work that are working in the tower, not what's authorized, but that are working on the tower. And so, by my, the draft report shows for certified professional controllers on January 29th, operational was 25. Today, 20. Traffic management coordinators, they had 2, today 0, operational. Operations supervisors, 4 on that date today, or as of January 5th, 3 operational. Operations managers, 1 on January 29th, 2025. Just a few weeks ago, 2. Support manager, 1 at that time, now 2. Air traffic manager, still at 1 temporary, was what existed on January 29, 2025. Today, still 1 temporary. Staff support specialists, although authorized to have 3, there are 0. So by my calculations, you actually have a lower number of personnel today that are operational in the tower than existed on January 29th. It's not a question, it's just we provide that in the report, and so we're not going to talk about it, but I want to make sure that folks are aware of that. Certainly there are several trainees in the process, but we are at a lower number than we are today that are operational. With respect to the facility level, I do want to get into that. Talk about a little bit on, it was a level 10 facility, now it's a level 9. Why was it changed?
It was due to a change in the way they computed traffic counts.
So they had traffic counts for Potomac Tracon, they had traffic counts for the tower, which included helicopters. And at some point they said, you know what, we're going to give all those counts to Potomac Tracon. We're going to take it away from DC Tower. Once they took those counts away, the level decreased to a 9.
That is correct, and Potomac's increased to a 12.
And Potomac's increased to a 12. Here's my question. Is there a difference between the traffic that Potomac Tracon handles and the amount of traffic DCA Tower handles, or is it the same traffic?
They're still operating the same traffic in the same manner they were prior to the change.
Exactly. So this change was made, they downgrade the facility. Obviously, you're talking about things like cost of living and other things like that. But from a safety standpoint, how does that decreasing a facility, a tower level decrease safety? How does it impact safety?
As we mentioned in the report, the biggest thing that happens there is they cannot attract the experience or get the talent into the facility that is needed to run a very complex air traffic control operation.
This is the most complex airspace, one of the most, in the entire United States. And I'm not minimizing the experience of tower personnel at DCA Tower, but if you're going to attract personnel and have the most highly experienced personnel, you want a higher level facility. Why? Because they're paid by facility level. So the higher facility number, the more pay you get. In this case, everyone in the tower knows this tower is essentially treated as a training facility. You come in, you do a little bit of time, then you go out after you get your time because you want to go get paid at a level 10, 11, 12 facility. So it is a pass-through. They can't attract people here, which is
He's an AT. He's an AT. It's what we do. Like it's what we do. Except he was an AIMD level. I was just a plug and play. The box doesn't work. Fix the system. The box doesn't work. AT1 actually fixed the box. I would narrow it down to a box in the radar system doesn't work. Okay, we change it out. It was this box. I send this box off to AIMD and they open it up and fix it. He was the open it up and fix it person. I was just the put it in the aircraft and make the aircraft work person. He's smarter than me.
problem, and which is why we're making some recommendations on that. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Soper, is there a minimum distance between converging aircraft where a controller can approve a request for pilot-applied visual separation, or do controllers have the latitude to approve requests for the pilot-applied visual separation whenever they deem appropriate?
So when a controller is going to approve the application of visual separation, they must have approved required standard separation prior to that. So in the case of DCA, they're a Class Bravo airspace between a helicopter and a VFR helicopter and an IFR fixed wing. They would be required to have 1.5 miles of separation or 500 feet vertical separation, and before up until the point they approve visual separation.
Okay, and so after the pilot-applied visual separation is approved in Class B airspace, you said it's the minimum step's 1.5 miles and 500 feet, correct?
Not after it's approved, prior to approving it. Once it's approved, then it becomes the pilot's responsibility for that distance.
Is there a distance in there that if they decrease that range, that that's something the controller has to do at that point?
No.
He's smarter.
So when would a controller make a safety alert?
Anytime the controller observes an aircraft that they believe to be in unsafe proximity to terrain or another aircraft.
And is there a design, there's not a designated distance or vertical separation for that, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct, okay. What does a safety alert entail?
Safety alert would include the words, in the case of between two aircraft, it would be the words traffic alert, followed by an appropriate traffic advisory, followed by a alternate course of action if feasible, and then the word immediately.
Should these two aircraft in this accident have received a safety alert?
Yes, we've stated that in ours, or in the report, that the controller should have issued a safety, would have been the most appropriate thing at that time.
Okay. Switch here a little bit. There was a lot of impacts on the higher arrival rate coming into DCA, changing fleet mix. We talked about compressed airline scheduling practices, the controllers and their ability or inability to continue following SOPs in order to make it work. Would you agree that one of the consequences of the cumulative effect was the deviations in traffic calls, phraseology, application of visual separation, call signs, radiocom, training records, the list goes on, and other issues that had become standard and were identified in multiple external compliance verifications of DCA air traffic control tower?
I think I understand your question, and I would say that we've outlined in the report, and staff believes that the continually increased workload for many reasons, whether you're talking about from the traffic to the combining of positions inappropriately to whatever at the time, we believe that led to the ability for a lot of deficiencies to occur, or operating, as we heard during the investigative hearing, the operations manager said specifically, we're operating on that borderline of safety regularly. So we made recommendations, obviously focused in that area.
Okay, so do you think the controllers at DCA had fallen into a state of relying on pilot-applied visual separation as a crutch, despite its many well-known and well-documented shortcomings?
I told you 18-1 was smarter. I worked on anti-radar systems, electronic countermeasures on EA6Bs. Well, EA6 something. May not have been Bs at his time, but, you know. And then I got my electrical engineering and computer engineering bachelor's at NC State. He's a smart one, which is one of the reasons that another one of the people on this channel who I am grateful is here, because when I have questions on things, or when I'm like, I know this, but I'm not really sure 100%, he's the brains of the operation, you know? You ever hear that, like, it takes a village, and in order to become smarter, you surround yourself by people who are smarter than you? Smarter than me. Smarter than me. Smarter than me. Smarter than me. Where's Jeff? Where did he go? Where's Volusia 1? Smarter than me. Smarter than me. Smarter than me. I could keep going all day. In different ways, all of the people who are either regulars on this channel, mods, things like that, are smarter than me in certain ways. They may not be in everything, but in certain ways, every person that is on this channel and means a lot to this channel has a knowledge level of something that I like and that I'm interested in that outperforms me. It's not self-deprecation. It's not that I'm not smart, but remember, I have cognitive issues. I had brain surgery. So some things, I know some things, but yeah, I either can't remember them or I know part of it and I can't finish the sentence. But every person that is important to this channel brings a piece of the puzzle. Yes, everyone has their vocation. They bring something that I lack. For Heidi, her mod skills, I'm learning a lot about how to market and how to write things and what to say and how to do things from Heidi. Like, just, old age brings wisdom. Jeff, former law enforcement, I learn things about Florida law, and he sends me things quite frequently that I didn't know. I had some idea about, but you don't actually know until you read the statute. He sends me the statute. I outperform you in non-medically related self-deprecation. Yeah, I lack. It doesn't mean they're smarter than me in certain areas. Like Mr. Squid's my expert in not electrical engineering, aeronautical engineering. Even though he doesn't currently work as an engineer, he still has his bachelor's in aeronautical engineering. My mom, my expert in all things weight and balance and like from the human perspective of an airline and passengers and gate and ticket, how to, how all that stuff works and the operation side. I know a little bit about these things, but I don't claim to be an expert, but I know people who are. Yeah. Flash fan, freaking expert at researching stuff, comes up with documents and streams and videos on things. And I'm like, how the heck did you find that? I've been looking for that for a week. Like, very, very, everyone has a niche. Yeah. I'm trying to teach you all I know about satire. You have taught me about art and the fact that I lack that skill at all. I lack all that skill at all. Yes, I'm not saying I'm stupid by any means. I'm saying the best way to be a better person and become smarter in a lot of areas is to surround yourself by people who are smarter than you in those areas.
Staff does believe that there was an over-reliance on the use of visual separation as a means of providing separation for aircraft and moving aircraft through the airspace so regularly.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And finally, the last communication between the controller and Pat 25, was that an appropriate safety alert?
It was not a safety alert by definition, but it was an attempt at the time to deconflict.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Inman.
You have an answer for me, Ron?
Okay, go get one.
Or you haven't maybe had a chance? Sorry.
I do have an answer for you. According to the STARS maintenance replay, the PSA Flight 5342 was at 400 and Pat 25 was at 200. The moment targets merged, we had 400 and 300.
And so the controller, if they were looking at their scope, would have seen that, at least indicated on the scope, that it was 100 feet or approximately 100 feet, depending on the averaging of the recommended route maximum altitude?
Well, it had actually been at 200 feet for a brief time there where he was.
Part of being smart is knowing your weaknesses.
Was at 200 right up until he was at 300, then 200 for a little bit, and then came up to 3 right when targets merged.
Okay. So, and that would have made a conflict alert, correct?
The conflict alert was active at that time, yes.
So I think in your research, I believe in the 30 minutes prior to this accident, we have 18 controller radio transmission where conflict alert is going off. Does that sound accurate?
It is accurate.
And that actually it appears to be 5 separate interactions that were occurring.
We had, well, not for the full 30 minutes. We were only able to get replay information for 18 minutes prior, but in the 18 minutes leading up to it, there were 5 separate instances of conflict alert that resulted in 9 times there was a transmission with it in the background. You could hear it.
So in that 18 minutes, there were that many times, and that would have been heard in the entire tower cab?
Yes.
So I go back to the supervisor. If they're hearing a number of conflict alerts continually happening, should they not take action to say, is this a trend or is this just become a nuisance and they just avoid it?
They should, and I think that's exactly why, as Dr. Wilson has mentioned previously, we specifically have a rec in this area there's a potential for complacency to happen or for nuisance alerts, and to try to fix that, we have a recommendation to actually adjust the conflict alert system logic.
We actually we visited the tower last month. I know Member Graham and I did, and tried to see it in almost the exact same moonlight that was occurring on the night of the accident. Can I take you back to that? And
Yes.
the question I have, and it was on the simulation that was being done, and the pictures indicated these monitors that were hanging from the ceiling. And if you look very closely, as you look at the converging paths, it's almost that the monitors are blocking the ability to see depending on how high or short or tall you are. Is that a problem in just a tower configuration issue?
We looked at that, and actually I'm going to let Dr. Wilson speak to that because she has some information in that area.
I think it's just important to note that those monitors are movable, so they can be adjusted. And also when we talked to the controllers who were on duty, everyone said that they had no issue identifying both aircraft. There were no limitations in them being able to see. So they didn't feel that the monitors were in a position that blocked their view from monitoring both aircraft.
Okay. And during that tour, Brian, we talked about whether the morale and the staffing had increased, or at least the perception of the training for that tower, correct?
Yes.
During that discussion, did we hear anything about any other towers that might be having the same issues that DCA was having at the time of the crash?
I don't recall specific ones, but I do remember maybe 1 or 2 of the people from the FAA just kind of socializing that there's several, there's facilities across the NASA experiencing staffing problems and training deficiencies and the ability to staff appropriately.
And I think that's my concern, as we were talking about, they may be getting the time and attention and the training, but is there other places in the United States, are we going to sit here 5 years from now and say the data was there 5 years ago? Because we know now the data, the people were raising the concerns. People were saying this was dangerous 5, 10 years ago, and nobody was really listening. My concern is this somewhere else in the country, and do we know that they're getting the proper resources?
Our hope, staff's hope is the recommendations that we have in these specific areas will not just be focused on DCA, and the air traffic organization will organically look at that and say we need to look everywhere because it does apply.
How's their track record been in the past? Come on, Brian, this is your chance.
Not great.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I actually want to ask along the lines of where Member Inman was, because I do have this question about the operations supervisor. It was on speaker, all the conversations. I mean, all the communications going back and forth. He took a call to then reduce essentially miles and trail and approve that reduction by Potomac Tracon. And I want to point out, something in our report in the 20 minutes before the accident, the total number of aircraft the local controller was handling fluctuated between 7 and 12. At about 10 to 15 minutes beforehand, he said he was feeling a little overwhelmed. The operations supervisor said it was totally fine, no problem. I was a little bit surprised by that. I mean, even if you have procedures in place on decombining, how do you even capture to one person, he's fine, to that local controller who's busy, and maybe doesn't have 2 seconds to say, hey, let's deconflict, while the operations supervisor is listening to all of this. Everybody in the tower is hearing it. I mean, how is that not complacency? I mean, we talk about reduced alertness and vigilance, but I raised this earlier about, is it complacency? Complacency, actually, Mr. Soper, in your answer to Member Inman.
I do agree. I do believe, and I mean, I think that staff believes there was complacency occurring in that tower on some level. But again, not to keep going back to them, but that's actually the primary reason for our focused recommendation in the area of giving them the tools that they should need, the requirement to log when they combine positions. So there's some sort of accountability and tools available to the supervisor to be able to make better decisions and understand what their true responsibilities are while they're there, instead of just kind of, here you go, you got it. He had received very little supervisory training from what was documented from the FAA to prepare him for that job. And so we made recommendations there. We hope it'll improve that.
Well, I think when we get to those findings and recommendations, I may have some more questions on that. You talked about, Member Graham had asked about what are essentially emerging target procedures, where you do issue a safety alert. At what point, and Member Graham had asked about a communication, at first it was, do you have visual on that? Do you have visual on that CRJ? First of all, that you can't distinguish between a CRJ 700 and anything else in the dark with night vision goggles at that point. But at 8:47 and 41.9 seconds, the communication of pass behind the CRJ was made.
Yes.
Okay, so 8:47:41, then the collision is 8:47:59, so we've got about 18 seconds in between. Is that when that safety alert, should that safety alert been issued instead of pass behind the CRJ? Is that when, I'm asking when that should have been issued?
So from the stuff there, the time in which the safety alert should have been issued was when he first asked him, do you still have that CRJ in sight?
Okay, so 8:47:39 seconds, so that provides about 20 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. My last question is, given that apparently no one we interviewed was aware of routine close encounters of helicopters other than people in the tower, was any organization in your opinion, effectively monitoring the potential for the risk of a mid-air collision between military helicopters and civilian aircraft in that area?
I believe that's going to be discussed with some depth in the third panel today.
In the third panel.
Yes,
we'll go
ma'am.
with that back in the third panel, and Dr. Price, thank you for that. Okay, do you have any additional questions? You have one more. Member Graham.
Let's talk about the supervisor at the time. This was brought up about the situational awareness. What did they say in the interview when asked about how many helicopters they thought were on frequency at the time?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the supervisor only recalled one helicopter.
But yeah, leading up to it, there were 5.
It varied
That's
between
that's
3 and
considerably different. Yeah, the loss of situational awareness, I'd say. Thank you. That's all I have.
Member Inman.
We've got just a little bit of follow-up, and I'm going to go back to the helicopter route structure itself. And this was a little bit baffling to me that we got so many different answers from the FAA. Is there a maximum altitude for a helicopter route?
Yes, they do have maximum altitudes published on the chart, as we found,
Then why did their testimony say it was only recommended?
because they had conflicting information on the helicopter route chart, as we outlined in the report, and produced recommendations to hopefully correct that. In one place it said altitudes are recommended, and then in another place it said altitudes are maximum.
Where I'm from, that's called talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Right. And I mean, just to add on to that, the letters of agreement with all of the helicopter operators are clear that the altitude maximum is what they are being cleared at. They are to maintain that altitude through the airspace. That's their Class Bravo clearance, actually.
Okay. And the same thing in this route structure.
Did he really just say what I thought he said? And you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Like, at the end of the day, like, these guys are colleagues too. Like, holy. But we have to. Oh my goodness. This is what I wish the July hearings were like fiery, attitude-laced, fiery, not holding back, calling people out on their bullshit. Just everything we wanted it to be.
Continue to be amazed as we learn more about it. How can the Coast Guard tell me the exact depth of every piece of terrain that's on the Potomac, and yet someone tells us that this route is drawn with a Sharpie on one side and a riverbank on the other?
Again, we do have recommendations to that effect too, because of the vagueness of that routing, or to at least explain better so operators understand fully what their responsibilities and restrictions are.
And I guess I'll go to Bryce if you don't mind, just because of being a pilot. Not going to let you off that easy. Is it not concerning that, I mean, you have 16,000 hours, I think?
About 8,000.
Sorry, doubled it. It's a long time ago. 8,000 hours. Is everything usually very precision in regard to not only landing, approach plates, everything is lined out with GPS, exactly where you have to be when you're on the bug, IFR? Is that not just a science that's defined?
Yeah, in the instrument flying world, it is very regulated, and yes, and it was disturbing to see that these helicopter routes had no lateral boundaries and the confusion on the charts with regard to altitudes.
So it was set up for failure just by the administration of what they were telling aviators.
It was most certainly not clear, and there was a misunderstanding about what those routes also provided, which we'll, I think, discuss in more detail in another panel. For this one.
Thank you. Just a few for me, Dr. Kayagil. Why is it important? You know, obviously, we were not concerned about anybody having been impaired by alcohol. We didn't think that was the case here. But, you know, time and time again, they're not doing testing. It wasn't just the UPS crash in Kentucky, but it was Austin, Texas, any number of investigations that we've conducted where time and again, they're not doing testing. Why is it important to do testing?
Well, doing testing provides us with investigative information, obviously, but beyond any single investigation, a primary intent of drug and alcohol testing is to identify and deter use of certain prohibited substances, as well as abuse of alcohol, with the recognition that that can impair performance of safety and security sensitive duties. So anytime you have a systemic barrier to this getting done on a regular basis, routine basis as required, that's a safety issue.
It's a significant safety issue, and it's one that could be left unchecked if they are not doing the required testing.
That's correct, and that's why we have proposed several recommendations to try and close this loop and make sure that this testing that's required is actually being done.
At the hearing, Mr. Fuller had stated, well, they didn't do testing because no one was in the tower. Mr. Soper, how long after the collision was somebody in the tower from FAA?
Within minutes.
18 minutes.
Yes.
Specifically.
Yes.
He also stated that they weren't quite sure there were any fatalities, and that drug and alcohol testing was required when they can confirm fatalities. We know that's not the only. Was it clear there was substantial damage? Was anyone unclear that there was substantial damage? Anyone?
I think beyond what's obvious in this case, the important thing to point out, as you say, is fatalities were not necessary for testing to be required.
That's right. That's correct. I have one last question for Mr. Soper or Mr. Banning, whoever wants to respond to this. We have significant traffic changes over time. We have no one who reviewed the routes. We have routes designed that were not designed to ensure separation. No safety reviews. We have arrival rates increasing. We have reductions in miles and trail, including reductions in miles and trail that night, which reduced spacing. We have less and less alternatives where controllers are using other measures to deal with getting increasing planes arrivals in due to pressure, offloading onto runway 33, reducing speeds. We have increased workload. We have a supervisor. We have all of this that was on speaker. We have a supervisor who didn't take action and then improved less spacing, more arrivals. We have an assistant local controller who had diverted attention to writing down something on helicopters at the time. And we have an entire tower who took it upon themselves to try to raise concerns over and over and over and over again, only to get squashed by management and everybody above them within FAA. Were they set up for failure?
Panel 3 is going to hit this nail on the head.
I'm asking you.
They were not adequately prepared to do the jobs they were assigned to do.
Great. Thank you very much. All right.
Ooh, sorry. Boomer. Oh my God. This is where I hate. She asked him a yes or no question. Yes or no. It was a simple question. Do we need to repeat that? Like, repeat that. Were they set up for failure? When I ask a yes or no question, I personally like a yes or no answer. I don't like a yes, but, or a, well, they were, well, no. I asked a yes or no question. I want a yes or no answer. I don't want words. I want an answer because I have to move along to something else. She explained the situation. They are not colleagues. You're not colleagues with these air traffic controllers. You are not there to be their friend. You are there to get a job done. He circumvented answering that question. Panel 3 is going to speak on that. No, I asked you. That's why I love her, because she's like, no, I asked you. And I will admit, when I first saw her in the hearings, I'm like, oh, great. Is this going to be a woman who's lackadaisical? Is she going to be a typical, no offense, typical woman who just passes, just is soft on people? Or is she going to be like me and she's going to be like, I want an answer and I want it now. I asked you a question, give me an answer. She just called him out. Like, no, I asked you. And then he circumvents well, they weren't adequately prepared. That's still not what she asked. Were they set up for failure? That was a yes or no question. Yes or no. Yes or no. There you go. There's my sometimes little things, like, I'll be fine listening to this and something will just like irk me, and that was one of those things. Cuz it's like, y'all, ask a yes or no question, get a yes or no answer. Don't ask a yes or no question and get a 30-second panel 3. No, I asked you. Well, they were. That's not what she asked. It's freaking lawyer. She doesn't play nice with people either. Well, I can appreciate that she seems very respectful to the families and to the reason that they're there, but yeah, it's hard on the people who are supposed to be getting answers. Yeah. Yes, but behold the underlying truth. I'm gonna have to borrow that one. Yes, he circumvented, she held him, took him to task. That is what I like. When someone asks you a direct question, give a direct answer. Like, that's all. We are so bad at communication in this country, and that right there is the reason why. Yes, ma'am. You want to call your dad? Yeah. Okay. I can't guarantee he'll answer because he's at work. Speaking of that, I will be right back.
That concludes our first portion of presentations and board member questions. And we are going to go to a 15-minute break. If we could come back at 12. We'll come back at 12. We'll start again at 12. Thank you.
All right, so I'm skipping ahead to the live. Y'all stand up, take a break, get a drink of something, preferably water, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So you do you, boo-boo. I have to throw the clothes that are still a little damp back in the dryer, get the clothes out of the dryer, and use the head. Intermission time, as Spawn would say. And he does have a link, but he is busy working because he has a job. Who would have thunk it? Apparently, I'm the only one without a job. Maybe. But I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay. Woo! All right. Let's all go to the lobby. Whether you please for a drink, don't forget the snacks. Speaking of snacks, I got a sorry, I gotta stand up, and I don't have the tracking on my my camera right now, and I probably should. But stand with me while I fold the rest of my laundry. So I don't think I'm going to stream the rest of the, well, anything for what the hails this afternoon. We do have some interesting things to talk about in regards to that case, but we'll probably do the rest of this hearing until they go to lunch, and then call it a day. Come back tomorrow around 10, do the afternoon, and then do that on a day when I don't have to work. So I can still get stuff done around the house and, you know, stuff like that. However, this is quite entertaining and quite informative. So please share that stream or this stream, and please hit the like button. And tomorrow I will do better and actually set up the stream before I go to bed tonight. I'll probably do it before I go to work today, so that we it's done, because that would make it so much easier. However, they were supposed to be back at noon, and it's 12:01, and they're not back yet. Interesting enough. But what did we think of the morning? Are we finally getting answers? Is this what we expected, or is this just more government talking heads and we're trying to be, I don't know. Are we listening to more government BS? Makes sense to me. Life first, and this is more important than what the hell's. Yes, I said it. Get bent. Yeah, and this is one of those things that I've been covering since it initially happened. So this is not new to my channel. I have a whole aviation playlist. Usually Spawn and I go down rabbit holes of congressional budget hearings, and it can get kind of tedious at some point. The preliminary report for the Greg Biffle Cessna crash out of Statesville, North Carolina, is not out yet. I checked yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever the last time I looked at this whole situation was. So talking head and BS some. Yeah, I do like, what I can appreciate from this is the chairwoman being kind of spicy with her questions. She's literally being no bullshit right now. She's not taking crap from anybody. Not like she ever did, but you can use that example of were they set up to fail? Well, panel 3 will talk about that. Well, I'm not asking panel 3, I'm asking you. Like, how about you answer my question? And then we'll get to panel 3 later and I'll ask again. But these guys are not, at least the members are not taking crap, and they're being direct with their questions, which I can appreciate. Are we going to see actual changes? And is the FAA going to take these recommendations and doing anything? Because to the extent of my research power and the few people I know in aviation, I will be following.
I will give a couple of minutes, because I certainly want the families to be able to get back and hear everything. So we'll give it a few more minutes for everybody to come in and take a seat. I know sometimes there are bathroom lines, so that could be going on as well.
Bathroom counter, number 1. Oop. Clean up aisle 2. Yeah, and that's what I can appreciate because that's me. I don't care if I hurt your feelings. I'm gonna tell you like I am. Um, I'm gonna be nice about it if we're friends. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but I'll be nice about it. Like when Spawn and I disagree, I tell him I don't agree with you, but okay, have a nice day. Um, uh, Personally, I think it was informative but doubtful that, like other things in government, nothing will change. Yeah, and to the extent that I can navigate the FAA's website, I will be trying to keep up on what these changes are, um, and what actually happens. Um, we will have to see.
All
I have
right,
to have feelings
welcome
before we
back.
can hurt them. Yes, that's
We're
true.
ready for the next round of staff presentations. So I don't know if I defer to Mr. Wagner or tell Bryce to take it away. Mr. Wagner, the floor is yours.
I'm really hoping that she has enough attitude that someone else will take notice and won't let this drop, because I don't think she's going to let this go, because I think she takes this personally. I'm not sure why, and the reason why is frankly none of our business, but I think there's a reason that she's taking this personally.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Hamady, Member Graham, and Member Inman. My presentation will begin with background information on Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, or ADSB, and the Airborne Collision Avoidance System, or ACAS.
Now we're going back to
Then I will
1.5
discuss
speed.
the limitations of the airplane's collision avoidance system. Finally, I will present new collision avoidance technology for both commercial airplanes and rotorcraft. Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, or ADSB, is a surveillance technology that uses GPS, aircraft avionics, and a network of ground stations to determine an aircraft's location with more precision than legacy radar technology. ADSB includes two different services, ADSB Out and ADSB In. ADSB Out works by broadcasting information from an aircraft at least once per second regarding the aircraft's GPS location, velocity vector, altitude, ground speed, and other data to ground stations and other ADSB In equipped aircraft. Since January 1st, 2020, ADSB Out has been required on all aircraft in most controlled airspace within the National Airspace System. ADSB In is the capability to receive ADSB information. This information can be received via air-to-air transmissions from nearby aircraft that are broadcasting ADSB Out, or via ground-to-air transmissions from nearby ground stations. Once an aircraft has ADSB In data, it can be used by various applications to provide the pilot with information such as displaying or alerting of nearby traffic. The FAA does not mandate ADSB In. The accident airplane was equipped with and transmitting ADSB Out. It was not equipped with ADSB In. The Airborne Collision Avoidance System, or ACAS, is an onboard system that operates independently of ATC to reduce the risk of mid-air collision by displaying traffic information and alerting the pilots. ACAS works by monitoring the position and altitude of nearby aircraft that have an active Mode C or S transponder. ACAS serves as a last resort safety net when other safety barriers have failed. As shown in the figure on the right, ACAS iterations include the Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, TCAS 1, TCAS 2, and ACAS X. ACAS products can issue two types of alerts to pilots. Traffic advisories, or TAs, are aural and visual warnings used to alert the pilot of a potential collision threat. Pilots can use a display to help them visually acquire the intruding traffic. FAA and operator guidance instructs pilots not to maneuver based on TAs alone. On the other hand, resolution advisories, or RAs, are aural and visual warnings with vertical maneuvers to avert a midair collision. Only TCAS 2 and ACAS X products issue RAs. The vertical maneuver commands are issued to pilots to climb, descend, level off, or maintain their flight path to resolve traffic conflicts. Pilots are trained to immediately obey RAs. They serve as a backup to see and avoid the application of right-of-way rules and ATC separation services. While TCAS 1 provides TAs, it does not provide RAs. Since 1993, large transport category airplanes engaged in air carrier or commercial operations have been mandated to have TCAS 2 installed and active. The airplane in this accident was equipped with TCAS 2. As part of the investigation, a simplified TCAS display was simulated using the accident flight data. Due to technological constraints, the simulation omits details that would have been available to the crew, such as the airport symbol, course overlay, extended runway centerline, or terrain. A symbol depicting the airplane is shown in the bottom center of the display. This video shows the display set to a...
Okay. I'm sorry we're live right now because we caught up. Like, y'all, I understand that ADSB is boring, but y'all, is his voice not the most monotone, non-interesting? Like, we're sitting in a classroom of like an 80-year-old professor that doesn't care one bit about what he's talking about. I might have to interject more in this because I know, like, I understand they are reading, so they have to be precise. And they sometimes read a little slower to make sure, because reading out loud is a skill. Trust me, I've found out, it's not my favorite thing to do in the world. It's not so bad now, but I used to hate. Fear of God was reading out loud. So I get it, it's a skill. I understand that it's not everybody's strong suit. Because it's not mine either, really, to be perfectly honest. You know how many people say, you can't read that? However, like, people use some inflection or something to make it, ugh. As if TCAS is not the most boring fucking, I mean, I can think of like 2 more systems that are way more boring than TCAS, but it, I can't really think about them. We could always watch paint drying, but then the paint doesn't talk back. I know, right? I like the question and answers, the presentations. Like, can we get up, like, stand up in front of the class and talk? Don't just sit at a computer and go, this display is oversimplified compared to the display on flight 5342. It does, dude, have some inflection. Act like you're happy to be there because you are getting paid a hell of a lot more than I am. Yeah, mode 4 IFF. Blah, blah, blah. See, I don't know what I don't know what that second one is. That's a you thing, not a me thing. But mode 4 is only fun when you're walking around the ship acting like you're important. That's it. It's the only time it's important, or the only time it's interesting, is when I know something you don't know. JTIDS was kind of fun, but I can't talk about that. Yeah, it's more a mix of Ben Stein's Bueller, and Charlie Brown's Teacher. Yeah. Let's see.
5-mile range. 5 and 2.5 mile distance rings are visible. An indication TA only, located in the top right corner, indicates that RAs are inhibited at this altitude. The blue diamond depicts the relative position of the helicopter. Below the blue diamond are numbers that indicate the helicopter's altitude below the airplane in hundreds of feet. Occasionally.
And remember, when they're talking about altitude from here, it's the altitude difference between the plane and the helo. But also remember that the helo, their maximum altitude for that route was supposed to be 200 feet. Huh? What up? I don't think that was English, but I'm sure that was a sentence somehow. I just don't know what she said. But the maximum altitude for Route 4 for that helicopter was 200 feet. You heard them or saw multiple times in the cockpit audio texting or text that they were not at the altitude. So when he's talking about altitude here, it's the altitude difference. But remember that they were not at the altitude that they were supposed to be above ground. Have they shown what ATC was seeing yet? How busy their display was? Could they see coming better and done more? We've only seen sparse diagrams. They did kind of show it at the beginning when they were listening to the audio, and you could see kind of what they were seeing. However, they didn't break it down like they did the cockpit audio or the cockpit from each seat. I don't know if they ever will. Tactical air navigation, yeah, it's older, but it gives slant range and bearing to an airport or an airplane if doing in-flight refueling. That makes sense. We didn't do in-flight refueling, so that would explain why I have no idea.
An up or down arrow will appear to the right of the blue diamond to indicate if the helicopter is climbing or descending. Using accident flight data, a simulation of the accident airplane's TCAS display is shown on the right. The blue diamond represents PAT 25, and the target symbology will change from a blue diamond to a yellow circle when a traffic advisory is issued. The crew of Flight 5342 received a TA for PAT 25 about 20 seconds before the collision.
So if TCAS worked as designed,
this is in accordance with the TCAS standards. The airplane's TCAS did not issue an RA, which would have commanded a maneuver to the airplane's crew to avoid the collision. This functioned as designed per the TCAS standard. TCAS 2 inhibits RAs below 1,100 feet above ground level when climbing and below 900 feet when descending. Above these inhibit altitudes, a TA will always progress to an RA if the threat of collision increases. During the development of the TCAS 2 minimum operational performance standards in the late 1980s, significant research and testing went into establishing the inhibit altitudes as a trade-off between maximizing the effective alerting envelope and minimizing nuisance alerts. This trade-off was made based on the technological limitations available at the time of TCAS 2 development. The accident airplane was below the RA inhibit altitude, resulting in no RA being issued to avoid the collision.
I mean, okay, like just looking at at that diagram, and sorry, I had to return a text from Mr. Squid, but I just can't. Sometimes you ever look at stuff and you're just like, why are you telling us this? It's not important. It is, but it's not. This is how I feel right now, because they are like, they're telling us things that we already know and acting like it's new information. And I don't understand why this is important. I just don't. I just don't know. Like, I just don't understand why.
Avoid the collision. ACAS X was developed as the next evolution of
And also, when giving a presentation, why on earth? Maybe it's just me, but you don't just read from the slideshow, because if you just read from the slideshow, what's the difference between you giving the presentation and just handing people a bunch of slides that they can read on their own? This is just me being critical because his voice is boring me to tears. So and it's boring the chat to tears because no one's talking either.
TCAS 2. The goal was to create a system that improved existing collision avoidance alerting while reducing the number of nuisance alerts.
This is where
There
the
are
family's
several
starting to fall
variants of
asleep.
ACAS X, including ACAS XA, designed for commercial airplanes, and ACAS XR, which is designed for rotorcraft. Advances since the development of TCAS 2 standards allow ACAS XA to provide improved alerting. Among other enhancements, ACAS XA systems utilize ADSB in information in addition to transponder interrogations and replies.
We got a little
ACAS
bit of
XA
inflection. Did you hear
includes
that?
improved algorithm
ADSB in. ADSB in. He got some inflection. It was like, dude, where'd that come from?
to more accurately reflect actual collision risk. The ACAS XA standards are approved by the FAA.
I'm kind of looking at FAA approved things right now. Like, does it really fucking matter? Does it really fucking matter what the FAA thinks or does? Because they obviously don't follow recommendations for safety or give two flying fucks. Does what they think matter at this point?
A series of simulations conducted by MIT Lincoln Laboratory using the circumstances of this accident showed that the crew of Flight 5342 would have received a TA about 8 seconds earlier if the airplane had been equipped with ACAS XA, even though ADSB information directly from the helicopter was unavailable. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Although ACAS XA can deliver earlier and more accurate alerts than TCAS 2, the current RA inhibit altitudes under ACAS XA are the same as those of TCAS 2 and would have prevented ACAS XA from issuing an RA under the accident circumstances. Simulations of the accident conditions were performed wherein the airplane was equipped with ACAS XA. This time, the RA inhibit altitudes were lowered to 300 feet above ground level. The results of the simulations indicated that the risk of a near mid-air collision was with lowered RAs was reduced by more than 90%. Staff have
The risk, but would it have affected this one? They always speak in these hypotheticals, and we've seen that simulators don't always account for human error and or human intervention. See the Miracle on the Hudson. The simulator said that whatever the NTSB wanted Captain Sullenberger to do was not actually possible when you were the human behind the controls. So you can only take what simulators say. In my opinion, this, like I said, my opinion, you can only take what simulators say with so much accuracy, because it accounts for a computer, what a computer would do, not what a human would do. And AT1 says Squiddy should have given the why no RA a simple no RA below 900 feet because you don't want to a command to descend below 900 on approach. That would have been slightly wiser. Sully's folly. No.
Proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Other traffic display systems, such as ADSB in displays, can show directional traffic symbols that indicate a target's direction of flight, increasing pilots' situation awareness and reducing the time pilots need to visually acquire traffic. As depicted on the screen as a blue diamond, pilots must monitor the display over time to determine in which direction the target is moving. Alternatively, as depicted on the screen as a blue arrowhead, systems with directional traffic symbols rotate the symbol to indicate the target's direction of flight.
And honestly, why did it take the loss of 67 souls in order to do something that simple? And why did it have to be in 2026 before something that simple to change? Like, this is the problem with society as a whole. We are reactionary. Cost, it's a computer program. It's not like you're taking boxes out. In this case, it would be the programming, not the actual, so it would be the code that you are inputting into the system, which is a centralized thing, not a box that you need to give to, like, not a new display that you need to give to every, most old displays are capable of producing that symbol. However, you just need to tell it to do so. Simulators are just that, simulations. They're defined scenarios with all variables controlled. Real life ain't that. Ain't that the truth.
Most TCAS 1 and TCAS 2 systems display non-directional traffic symbols. Although ACAS XA systems can display directional traffic symbols, they are not required for certification as the minimum operational performance standards are currently written. Staff have proposed one recommendation.
See, they can do it, they just don't. That's a software issue, not a hardware issue. A lot cheaper.
Recommendation to the FAA in this area. Another feature that could reduce the time to visually acquire target aircraft is the detailed traffic callouts in the ADSB Traffic Advisory System, or ATAS. ATAS generates verbal alerts indicating the clock position, relative altitude, range, and vertical tendency of proximate traffic. For example, traffic, 2 o'clock, high, 2 miles, descending. ACAS does not include detailed traffic callouts that could reduce pilots' time to acquire a target. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA in this area. The accident helicopter was not equipped with TCAS or an integrated ADSB in traffic display, nor was it required to be. ACAS XR, the version of ACAS X designed for rotorcraft, is still under development. Therefore, no ACAS XR systems are commercially available. The simulations using the circumstances of this accident showed that Had the helicopter been equipped with ACAS XR, the risk of a near mid-air collision would have been reduced by more than 50%.
TCAS was developed in the 80s, so most people should, and considering most of the displays and things in our aircraft are still from the 90s, shouldn't be that hard. With that $1 billion budget, you know.
Without changing the airplane's TCAS to inhibit altitudes. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA and one recommendation to RTCA in this area. This concludes my presentation.
Thank the good Lord
Now
above.
Captain McKinney will present.
Good afternoon. My presentation will discuss U.S. Army helicopter operations and specifically ADSB out policies, transponder issues, UH-60 Lima altimeter errors, and night vision goggle characteristics. FAA regulations that require ADSB out have exemptions for certain aircraft performing sensitive government missions where transmitting ADSB could compromise operational security. The Army Aviation Brigade Standard Operating Procedures, SOP, specifically states that air crews conducting sensitive or classified operations shall emit transponder modes 3A and C in lieu of ADSB out. Transponder modes 3A and C reply to radar interrogations with an aircraft assigned squawk code and altitude making it visible.
Oh, I might have to bookmark this for when the insomnia hits. Yes, the first part was definitely more interesting. The questions on this might be better, but this will be our last part. When they ask the questions, we will do the questions, and then we'll call it a day. Ugh, it was a training mission, you cabbage. We don't have cookies. We don't have cookies. We don't have cookies. I can't give you something we don't have. At least this guy's voice is a little more
Visible to FAA radars. The SOP also prevented air crews from switching transponder modes in flight, which prevented them from switching from modes 3A and C to ADSB out once sensitive portions of the flight were completed.
And just because something is standard operating
Cat 25
procedure
was not
doesn't mean that
transmitting
your SOP
ADSB
is
out
correct.
during the accident flight, but had an active transponder. The lack of ADSB out information was not a factor because the transponder replies provided the same altitude information to ATC. A review of ADSB data from the UH-60 Lima helicopters at the battalion showed that the accident helicopter, as well as 7 others, did not have a recent history of transmitting ADSB out information since 2023.
You think that's a problem?
We found that an incorrect transponder setting on these 8 helicopters was the cause of the ADSB out issue.
So basically, once again, y'all are admitting that the Army, shocker, is an issue. The Army's a problem. Oh, the U.S. Army causing problems. Color me shocked.
The Army Aviation Brigade Standard Operating Procedure restricted flight crews from changing transponder modes in flight. This restriction prevented flight crews from transmitting ADSB out when flying non-sensitive portions of their mission. Additionally, the U.S. Army did not require a recurrent check of the installed transponder to ensure it was transmitting properly, including the ADSB out function. Because of this, the battalion was unaware of the ADSB out issue on 8 of their helicopters. Staff have proposed
Sounds like an avionics
to the
okay, as a former avionics tech, AT1, can you chime in on this if you're still there, how are you unaware? How are your pilots unaware? Don't you think this should be something that you check? I don't know how the Army does their avionics as far as like we broke ours up into AEs and ATs. They work on different systems. I don't know how the Army does it. The Air Force has like a different person for each system. Crazy. Bougie, but crazy. I don't know how the Army does it. Can't really speak to that. Did have an ex-boyfriend whose uncle was avionics and on helicopters, but not these ones. I just don't know exactly how they break it up. But in the Navy, I don't know if we would. I believe that would be something that our pilots would be bitching about, and that they would be testing and asking about on a regular basis. Just how do you miss that? Maybe it's because they don't use it because they're doing sensitive operations. I can understand that, but on a training mission, you should be testing all of your systems. On a typical sortie, you should be testing all of your systems, especially on like a check flight. Not a check ride for a pilot, but like just a check flight for the aircraft. You should be testing all of your systems. And the fact that they were not testing all of their systems and finding out that a system was a problem, it's part of the pre-flight. And don't know about ADSB, but know if IFF was down, it was a gripe. Yeah. We had a pilot write a gripe, does not work in OFF position. Well, duh. But we even had to go look at that. And I couldn't just write duh on the math. I had to actually come up with cycled power works as advertised. Like, I just couldn't write you're an idiot. OFF spells off, you dumbass, on the math, which is what I wanted to do. Because, it's not supposed to work when it's off. That's the very definition. But, some pilots are stupid. It really proves people that just because you have a college degree doesn't make you smart. I have no idea what was said, but their baby squid put her input in too.
U.S. Army and 2 recommendations to the Department of War in these areas. The Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart provided recommended paths without defined lateral boundaries. As seen in the figure, the chart provided conflicting information about whether published altitudes were recommended or maximum. This created the potential for pilot confusion about interpretation of the published altitudes. Although some Army pilots believed momentary exceedances above the published altitudes were acceptable, most regard them as maximum altitudes. However, most Army pilots interviewed incorrectly presumed complying with the published altitudes would provide them separation from arriving and departing aircraft. They rarely had the opportunity to test this presumption because they rarely encountered airplanes circling runway 33, and when they did, ATC typically instructed them to hold for arriving traffic. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the U.S. Army in this area. Aircraft pitot-static systems and barometric altimeters have defined performance specifications, including tolerances for allowable errors after manufacture. These allowable errors can generally be split up into 2 categories: instrument error related to the performance of the barometric altimeter itself, and position error due to the effects on the pitot-static system, such as external aerodynamic effects. Instrument and position errors can become additive, but still must remain within their design criteria. Analysis of flight data from this accident showed that PAT 25's pressure altitude parameter was about 100 feet lower than other recorded altitudes. Data from flights conducted on other UH-60 Lima helicopters at the battalion found similar offsets between indicated altitude and true altitude. The crew of PAT 25 was trained to fly the helicopter routes using the barometric altimeter, including Route 4, where the altitude ceiling went down to as low as 200 feet. The crew of PAT 25 likely saw an indicated altitude that was 100 feet lower than the helicopter's true altitude and believed.
I'm going to call bullshit on that. No, I'm going to call bullshit on that. And I really hope that the chairwoman or the panel calls them out on this, because in the beginning, when they showed the diagrams with the overlaid text of the audio from ATC and the in-cockpit text, they did it for both the CRJ and the helicopter. The helicopter, the instructor pilot told her that she was above where she was supposed to be. So they knew they were above the altitude. They knew it. They knew it. So likely believed, no, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. Full of shit. Yes, that's an army moving to blame ATC. Yes, that's the army moving to blame an altitude or an altimeter instead of the fact that they knew they were above their altitude ceiling. They knew it. They knew it because he said it to her. I just,
They were at or below the prescribed altitude ceiling for Route 4 when they were actually about 100 feet above the altitude ceiling. The U.S. Army UH-60 Lima Operator's Manual did not contain information on possible indicated altitude errors, such as how the installation of the external wing tanks can increase position error. This information would be crucial for flight crews when flying on helicopter routes with low altitude ceilings, such as the 200-foot altitude ceiling of Route 4. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the U.S. Army in this area.
my recommendation to the U.S. Army, pull head out of ass. Sorry, of Flux.
Night vision goggles,
or
or
Shizzy.
NVGs, amplify low ambient light levels to provide enhanced vision at night. As with all technology, NVGs have advantages and disadvantages. Helicopter operators generally consider the advantages to outweigh the disadvantages. The advantages include improved nighttime visual acuity of low illuminated objects where normal night adjusted vision acuity is greatly reduced, along with the ability to identify objects, obstacles, and other aircraft at a distance. To illustrate the difference between aided and unaided night vision, we can take a look at these three images. The images were taken about the same time from the same location, looking south from Haynes Point. The image on the left is normal unaided night vision. Images in the center and on the right are looking in the same direction using green and white night vision goggles. In the NVG-aided images, stars can be seen along with aircraft approaching DCA as far as 14 miles, which are distinct points of light against the sky background. The water features and lights along the distant shoreline are clearly discernible. The disadvantages of NVGs include a field of view limited to 40 degrees, a monochromatic image, depth perception is degraded, both ground and airborne lights appear similar, light sources tend to have halos, and aircraft silhouettes are faint, making it difficult to determine type and size of aircraft. The pilots are trained to compensate for the narrow 40-degree field of view by using a focused visual search in sectors by turning their head.
Okay, this is where Spawn would really be helpful, because I've never used NVGs in like any more than trying them on and just seeing what they're like. And it was more of a training mission with SWIC. But that being set aside, Pilots are trained to compensate for the 40-degree view of field of view by focused visual search in sectors by turning their head. Why? On a training mission. On a training mission is when you're supposed to be practicing these things. Why? And this, like I said, this is a hill I'm going to die on because everything goes back to this. Why on God's green earth would you allow a training mission using NVGs where you know that they are going to have to be doing basically a grid search? Why on God green heavenly, oh please somebody pray for me before I have an aneurysm. Why on earth would you allow a training mission using NVGs when you know they have a reduced field of vision to cross an active runway? I just will never understand it. I just never will. And no, I think the I'm on the same page as the chairwoman with this because she seems to go back to the same thing all the time. Like, and I know I'm going back to the same set of circumstances all the time, but I just cannot wrap my head around why anybody thought this was a good idea.
Using NVGs along the low-level helicopter routes of Route 1 and Route 4 allows for better visual detection of obstacles such as cranes and towers, which are located along these routes. NVGs allow for the detection of aircraft above the horizon at a distance. However, detection of other aircraft below the horizon surrounded by cultural lighting is difficult, especially if relative motion of that target is negligible. Determining the other aircraft size, type, distance, and orientation is difficult because of the monochrome nature of the image, degraded depth perception, halos around point light sources, and the difficulty in perceiving the aircraft silhouette. All three crew members of PAT 25 were using NVGs at the time of the accident and had 4 NVG sets on board, 2 green and 2 white. However, the investigation could not determine which crew member was wearing or using which color of NVGs. Thank you. Dr. Bramble will continue with his presentation.
Human performance, let's go.
Good afternoon. In this presentation, I will define visual separation and see and avoid, and I will discuss factors affecting see and avoid for each flight crew. Visual separation is a method for separating aircraft in terminal areas and en route airspace. Visual separation can be employed when a flight crew sees another aircraft and, upon instructions from a controller, provides their own separation by maneuvering as needed to avoid it. The FAA does not define minimum separation standards when visual separation is being utilized. See and avoid is the means by which visual separation is achieved. Seeing and avoiding other aircraft relies on a flight crew's visual perception, attentional bandwidth, and use of collision avoidance technology.
You know I'm getting annoyed when I'm picking at my skin.
In this case, both flight crews' ability to see and avoid was hampered by poor radio communications, perceptual limitations, workload, and the shortcomings of collision avoidance technology available on their aircraft. The helicopter flight crew was additionally influenced by expectation bias and assumptions about procedural separation between Route 4.
No, I am too. I brought that up a few minutes ago when that army bro was like, likely that they didn't know, or they thought they were 100 feet below where they actually were. No, that's not what happened. If you read the transcript of the cockpit voice recorder, that's not what happened. The instructor pilot knew they were above their altitude and he told her to get down, and she didn't. Well, she did temporarily, but then she went up again. Yeah. Just so no, it's not just you. I'm stuck on that too. There's multiple things here where I'm like, how the frick does anything like this happen? And this right here is a problem. Assumption about separation between Route 4 and arriving airplanes. The fact that they assumed that it was safe, assume nothing. Like, assume nothing. And especially when Congress is involved in making these routes, assume nothing. Just, no. Yeah, the ATC recording told them they were too high as well, if I remember right. I think it did, but I remember specifically that the instructor pilot said that they were too high. And she acknowledged it. So, yeah, the training instructor said to descend, you are at 300 feet. Pilot responded right, and that was it. Yeah. Like, yeah. So, that's why I said I stopped the stream, and I was like, I call bullshit on that. Like, stop trying to cover your ass and cover your pilot's ass. She fucked up. They knew that what altitude they were at. It was not the altimeter if you read the transcript. But tell me you didn't do a thorough investigation without telling me. A year of an investigation, and you still didn't understand that they knew they were above altitude? It just flip.
And arriving airplanes.
How many times have I smacked myself in the forehead?
As the helicopter was crossing the
where I'm
tidal basin, the controller advised,
giving myself
Pat
brain damage.
25 traffic just south of Wilson Bridge is a CRJ at 1,200 feet for runway 33. Several other aircraft were visible in the same area at that time. NTSB night vision goggle observations conducted later from the roof of a building near the helicopter's position, illustrated by the image on this slide, indicate the helicopter crew was likely unable to visually identify the CRJ in question because it was surrounded by similar-looking targets.
I've said from the very beginning, when I heard the audio for the first time, when they requested visual separation, I think that the CRJ or the Pat 25 never saw the CRJ in question. I think that they saw the plane behind 5342. That's what I think. I will be right back. The little needs my attention.
This slide shows the helicopter's flight path in green, the Mount Vernon visual approach to runway 1 in yellow, and the airplane's circling approach in blue. Helicopter CVR recordings indicate that the controller's statement that the CRJ was circling was inaudible to the helicopter crew due to static interference. The crew's workload was high at the time, and hearing the word circling might have helped them better anticipate the CRJ's subsequent flight path. As the helicopter traveled down the Potomac River, perceptual limitations subsequently reduced the ability of the crew to notice the airplane as a potential traffic conflict. These included the narrow field of view provided by the crew's night vision goggles, a window post that intermittently obscured the crew's view of the airplane, a complex array of adjacent city lights, workload, divided attention, and lack of apparent motion as the airplane converged.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with her, but she wanted a Band-Aid on her foot. Because these are the Band-Aids that we have. And she just loves them. You know? The life of a 3-year-old.
12th Aviation Battalion pilots carried electronic tablets that were wirelessly connected to a portable Stratus ADSB receiver that provided ADSB-in capability. As shown in the yellow circle on this figure, the tablets ran a mobile application called 4Flight that was capable of displaying traffic symbols overlaid on a VFR sectional chart. Pilots typically strapped these tablets to one thigh while flying the helicopter to assist with navigation and traffic awareness.
Where is it?
However, viewing the tablets required pilots to tilt their heads down away from the outside view and the flight instruments as shown in this figure. Army pilots said they did not reference these tablets when flying low.
Jeffrey, these are from the dollar store. Oh, you put it on Barbie. She put it on Barbie's leg. Barbie got an injury. Like, so it's on Barbie's leg. Okay. And these are from the dollar store, so it's like $1. It was like $1.25 for like 30 of them. For the good Band-Aids, I get them from Amazon, and I think they're the FSA store. So like we use our FSA card for like the bandages she uses in a first aid kit, but for play bandages, I just get them from the dollar store. No wonder Barbie got an injury. I know, right? I know, right? Barbie got an injury because somebody waves her around all the time.
DC helicopter routes due to high workload and the need to frequently reference both the flight instruments and the outside visual scene.
We've stopped
Therefore,
so
it is
many
likely
times
the pilots of PAT
that we're
25 did not reference the tablets when flying Route 4. The 4-flight mobile application was capable of providing yellow traffic caution and red traffic warning visual alerts as shown on this slide with accompanying oral alerts. However, visual alerts would have gone unseen without a visual inspection of the tablet, and oral alerts likely would have been inaudible due to cockpit noise and their lack of integration with the helicopter's intercom system. Further, it's unknown whether the tablets were turned on with the 4-flight application open and configured for alerting at the time of the accident. An integrated collision avoidance system with audible oral alerting and a traffic display within the pilot's instrument scan could have drawn the pilot's attention to the developing conflict and assisted them in locating the conflicting airplane. Staff has proposed one recommendation to the FAA and one recommendation to the Department of War in this area.
Little doctor.
Radio communications came into play again when the controller asked if PAT 25 had the CRJ in sight. The controller did not provide a clock direction or distance. As a result, the helicopter crew did not know where to look for the target. As shown in this figure.
Okay, so I have thoughts, and this is where I start to get like, I just start to interject my own shit, which is one of the reasons that I watch this with you guys. I'm not alone, so that I can talk to you and see if you agree with me. Helicopter did not know where to look. They never asked either, but yet they confirmed that they had visual separation. So you confirm that you have visual separation, but helicopter crew didn't know where to look. Then why did they confirm that they had visual separation? Something about that doesn't add up to me. Something about this just is not adding up. Helicopter crew did not know where to look for the target. Then why did they confirm visual separation? No, she has one Ken doll. She has she has like 4 Barbies. She has one with a glucose monitor. She has a mermaid. Then she has a figure skater, and she has one more, which was that one with the rock star Barbie. That's hard. It's hard to tell distance at night, so they were sure they saw the right one. But he says they didn't know where to look for the target. Well, apparently they thought they did. Why is he in an investigation saying they didn't know where to look when they confirmed they had visual separation? So one of those two can't be one of those two can't be accurate. Either they confirmed visual separation and they lied, or he's full of shit. Both can't be true at the same time.
There were multiple other airplanes in view that could have been mistaken for the CRJ. The local controller directed the helicopter crew, PAT 25 passed behind the CRJ, However, the crew was unable to hear the words 25 pass behind the due to a partially blocked audio transmission. As a result, the message the helicopter crew received was Pat CRJ. The instructor pilot responded that the crew had an aircraft in sight and requested visual separation. The controller, unaware that his transmission had been partially blocked, approved the request.
Zoom.
Hearing the instruction to pass behind the CRJ might have prompted the helicopter crew to ask a question of the controller or perform a broader visual search. Staff is concerned that blocked transmissions can lead to miscommunications and reduce flight crew and controller awareness of potential hazards. As a result, staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA and 2 to the Department of War in this area. The helicopter crew's communications and actions leading up to the collision indicated that they lacked an accurate mental model of the CRJ's location and intended flight path. As a result, baseline expectations likely drove the instructor pilot's visual search. Only 5 to 7% of northbound arrivals typically landed on runway 33. Therefore, the pilots likely assumed the CRJ, referenced by the controller, was one of several airplanes approaching runway 1. The instructor pilot's comment, "kinda come left for me," reinforces the idea that he thought one of the airplanes approaching runway 1 was the airplane in question, because although deviating to the left would have increased the distance from those airplanes, it would not have alleviated the conflict with Flight 5342. Moreover, neither the helicopter pilot nor the instructor executed an avoidance maneuver or vocalized any concern prior to impact, indicating they were unaware of Flight 5342 approaching from the left. I will now discuss factors affecting the airplane crew's ability to see and avoid. The local controller never provided a traffic advisory about PAT 25 to the crew of 5342. The use of separate frequencies by airplanes and helicopters prevented the airplane flight crew from hearing the helicopter's radio transmissions. This likely reduced the crew's awareness of the helicopter's location and intentions and their ability to anticipate a potential conflict. FAA guidance on pilot response to TCAS traffic advisories, which had been adopted by PSA, stated that pilots should respond to a traffic advisory by attempting to establish visual contact with the intruder aircraft. Pilots were explicitly prohibited from maneuvering based solely on a traffic advisory. FAA guidance on response to TCAS resolution advisories, which had also been adopted by PSA, stated that the pilot flying should respond immediately to resolution advisory displays and maneuver as indicated, even if doing so conflicted with their air traffic control instructions, unless such action would compromise the safety of flight operations. When an aircraft is below resolution advisory inhibit altitudes, TCAS automatically switches to TA-only mode. PSA's Flight Operations Manual listed TCAS inhibit altitudes. However, when 5 PSA pilots were asked about the inhibit altitudes during investigative interviews, only 1 was able to correctly state the inhibit altitude that applied to the accident scenario. Flight crew workload was high at the time the traffic advisory occurred, resulting in limited capacity to look for and acquire the conflicting traffic, and the pilots did not see the helicopter until it was too late to avoid. The pilots likely would have performed an avoidance maneuver if a resolution advisory had occurred. However, no resolution advisory occurred, and the crew was likely unaware of the severity of the developing conflict until just before impact. The captain was manually flying.
To sum up the Army's presentation, the pilot was suffering from craniorectal inversion, which impeded vision.
The airplane and turning left onto final approach for runway 33 and decelerating when the traffic advisory occurred. This required careful control of the airplane's lateral path, thrust, airspeed, and vertical path. Doing so required the captain to reference the flight instruments, as well as the runway 33 edge lights, and a precision approach path indicator, or PAPI, on the ground. The captain likely did not have the spare capacity to perform an extensive visual search for conflicting traffic at that time. As pilot monitoring, the first officer was also responsible for ensuring the approach remained stable. Doing this required him to reference the flight instruments, the runway 33 edge lights, and PAPI. In addition, the first officer was likely monitoring the airplane departing runway 1 to ensure it would not conflict with their landing on the intersecting runway. Thus, the first officer's capacity to search for potentially conflicting traffic was also constrained. The ability of the airplane flight crew to notice the approaching helicopter in the final seconds while engaged in these primary tasks was further degraded by the helicopter's low conspicuity, complex background of cultural lights, and by the helicopter's lack of apparent motion in the visual scene. This concludes my presentation. Staff is now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. We will now move to board member questions. We'll start with member
Thank
Graham.
God. Here's where it gets
Thank you,
interesting.
Chair. I want to pick up with visual separation as it applies to the helicopter operator. It was clear from the interviews we did and the investigative hearing and other information uncovered during the course of this investigation that all helicopter operators in the DCA Class B airspace had come to expect that they would request visual separation from DCA tower almost immediately. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
That's correct. And that, I want to iterate this point. It wasn't just Army. It was all the civilian operators also, according to Mr. Dresser's witness statements in the hearing.
That is correct.
Okay. Was it also true that in an interview with the Army standardization instructor pilot post-accident, he stated that he and other pilots he knew would request visual separation from traffic that they had not yet visually acquired?
Yes.
Are pilots allowed to request visual separation from traffic they have not positively identified and acquired according to FAA regulations?
No.
No. I'm kind of amazed by that comment in the interview. You being a longtime pilot as myself, and I think Captain Stone in the back, longtime pilot. When you're given a traffic call, what are you to do? And what is your response to air traffic control?
Yeah, once you receive a traffic call, then you search for the traffic and you identify it. If you can't identify it, you tell traffic that you have negative contact or that you do have visual contact.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Captain Stone?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you're still looking for it, you maybe make some comment like that I'm looking for the traffic. But once you identify it, and then you ask for visual separation, are you required at that point to keep your eye on that traffic?
Absolutely.
And if you lose the traffic at any point, what should you do?
You'll have to notify ATC that you have lost the traffic. Yeah, traffic is no longer in sight.
Would you agree with that, Captain Stone?
Yes, that is correct.
Did that happen in this case?
No, it did not.
Did not, no.
That is amazing to me.
Be pretty much impossible to pick out which one the traffic was in your visual study out there. Now, 15 seconds prior to the collision, the helicopter IP, they were about a mile away from 5342, requested visual separation. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you believe, or the rest of the team believe, that they had sight of the correct aircraft at that point?
We don't believe he had sight of the correct aircraft.
Yeah, I would agree. And
you think, Jesus, it took how many thousands of dollars to come up with that?
Sight of that aircraft where it was, they would have made some kind of positive control movement to deconflict with the aircraft?
Absolutely.
Had an appropriate safety alert from the air traffic controller, would that have helped in this situation?
I believe it would have, because it would have directed their direction they needed to look for the traffic. So they would have looked in the 1 to 2 o'clock position for the traffic, and they would have possibly identified it.
I agree. Do you feel, and I'm going to ask this of Dr. Bramble, do you feel the lack of the circling call that they did not hear the helicopter crew? Do you think that played into them not being able to visually acquire the aircraft?
I do think it had an impact, yes.
Now they did, as far as we can tell, did hopefully hear 3-3, but how do you think that played into this at all?
So they were high workload at the time, calling out cranes in the middle of a turn. The instructor was giving the pilot feedback on use of pedal, and they heard this partial transmission that said the CRJ was going to 3-3. Realizing that was going to conflict with their flight path further on Route 4, required them to do a fair bit of thinking about the transmission. And it appears that they didn't process that information very deeply, just thought that target is a long ways away, we'll worry about it later. If they had heard the word circling, that would have been a salient cue that something unusual was going on here that they might need to keep an eye out for.
We'll talk more about this when I come back. I'm done. Thanks.
Ooh,
Thank you, Member.
we'll talk more.
So, I just want to establish something, I guess, is a little bit of a baseline. Bryce, have we established what we believe to be the exact altitude at which this crash occurred?
Yes, I think we have. I think we believe it came together at 278 feet. Is that correct, Ms. Diaz?
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to try to get that. Now, Captain McKinney, I want to go back to your presentation, your deck, and it was on page, I just want to clarify something. It was on page 25 that we stated PAT 25's pressure altitude was 100 feet lower than other recorded altitude data. But then on the next slide, we say on slide 26, likely indicated altitude 100 feet lower than true. Do we have a difference between what we verified and what we know to be absolute?
Between the absolute altitude of what the aircraft was at versus what we believe they thought they were at.
I'm sorry, one slide says that it was 100 feet lower. The next slide says likely was 100 feet lower.
Which one is true?
It might just be a statement, but the FDR recorded pressure altitude, if you made the correction for the local barometric conditions, was 100 feet lower than the other altitudes. And we believe that that is likely what they saw on their altimeter.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to that area because it's whenever we say likely and was, sometimes that can be a little bit different. So we indicated, at least in the airworthiness report, that flight testing by Sikorsky found that the installation of the external store systems would increase this position error, meaning that would change possibly what the altitude would be. Is that correct?
Yes, when you install the wing tanks, it changes the pressure dynamics around the outside of the aircraft and can lower the recorded pressure altitude.
So is there any way for a crew to mitigate that, or do they have to just take it into account and know that it's there?
I would pass this to Mr. Shin.
Shihun?
For the UH-60L, the crew would have to take that into account mentally in their mind.
So is there anything in there, at least pre-flight or training or manuals, whenever they know they're going to have stores, that they would pre-brief or at least indicate that or make it aware between the crew?
That information was not in the UH-60L operator's manual.
So they just kind of have to know?
We don't believe they knew, since the Army did not have that published in the manual.
Okay.
And we have a recommendation in that area.
I understand. I'm just trying to build into some of the, as we said before, there's not individuals. This is a systemic issue with a lot of manuals and a lot of policies. How do they educate Army air crews on the position error when they will encounter with the CSS? Is that in their flight training? Is it passed down? Did we get any information of how flight crews would know this?
They wouldn't know it. It's not in their manual. It's not in the training.
Okay. So in the
Does not sound happy about any of this.
Discussions in regard to ADSB and the alerts. And I guess if the helicopter, so let me go back. If an ADSB display indicates a traffic advisory or an RA, does that override a controller's instruction as a pilot?
Yes.
But earlier in the last panel, we showed where it needed to be an emergency, or it had to be something in regard to the FAA circular, specifically what the controllers are told. And no pilot in command may deviate from that unless a minute clearance is obtained, or emergency exists, or the deviation is a response to a traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisory.
Yes, if it's coming from an ACAS system and it's a resolution advisory, then the pilot is authorized to deviate from the ATC clearance by the FAR that you had up on the screen earlier.
So I guess my question is, if we ask them to lower the RA threshold from the 900 feet now, does that mean that all air traffic controllers will have to be retrained as will pilots?
There will be training, yes.
I'm just curious if that injects additional risk.
There's always some risk associated with that, but I think the staff has thought this through and think there's much more benefit to it than risk.
I'm not disagreeing with your recommendation. I'm so only think that I'm just trying to make sure we get all the facts out there.
Thank you. Good thing we have an FAA that will, when doing rulemaking, determine any risk and address that risk, including training needs. When you are
we have an FAA
flying an MSL route, Mr.
Did anybody catch the sarcasm in that? Or was it just me?
McKinney, would you be using your barometric altimeter?
Yes,
That's what you'd be referring to?
that's correct.
And could the left seat pilot have easily observed altitude indications on the opposite side of the cockpit?
It will be a little difficult, but they can see it
Looks a little difficult from,
across cockpit. Yes.
Yes, we actually did an observation in the simulator. It was very difficult to see the instruments on the opposite side because they're inset and you'd be looking from the side.
correct. So 17 seconds before collision, the aircraft were about 0.84 nautical miles apart. The helicopter's recorded radio altitude was 281 feet. They would have thought, given our assessment that the barometric altimeters, they thought they were 100 feet lower. They would have thought they were below 200 feet, correct?
Correct.
6 seconds before collision, it was 266 feet. Again, they would have thought they were under 200 feet.
That's correct.
4 seconds before collision, 278 feet. Again, they would have thought they were under 200 feet. They would have not known.
That's correct.
Okay, so we have established that they thought that they were below 200 feet. We could.
Well, come on, please bring up the cockpit transcript. Please bring up the cockpit transcript, please.
Conducted 3 flight demonstration flights. All 3 showed barometric altimeter readings that were 80 to 130 feet lower than true altitude. We also looked at the ESSS, which would add an additional 30 feet. Were the instrument, and so we've got instrument errors, we've got position errors, and then from rotor downwash, right? And then we've got some adjustments for temperature on the day. Were the instrument and position errors known by the Army? Army, not the pilots.
Yes.
How about the pilots?
No.
Should they have been?
Yes.
Would it have made a difference?
Oh my God. Right there. She threw the Army under the bus. Everybody just threw the Army under the bus in the sense that the Army knew, but they didn't tell their pilots. Why on earth would you know that there's instrumentation errors in your aircraft and not tell your pilots and your maintainers? That seems like some common sense bullshit right there. But guess what? This is the U.S. Army, and that doesn't fucking exist. If I was an Army pilot right now, or anybody flying in an Army aircraft, I would be pissed off to the hilt and be going to my leaders like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Difference if they actually knew they were below 200 feet?
I believe it would. They would incorporate that into their training, and then they would fly a more appropriate MSL altitude on those routes.
So you have this tolerance stack of a bunch of instrument position errors. You've got temperature correction, which all add up to this 100 feet. Then you've got the addition of 30 for the ESSS. What is the Army doing to address this?
They're adding that information into their flight manual for the pilots.
Are they going to not just have it in writing on a manual, but actually train their pilots accordingly on what to do there?
I believe so, yes.
No apologies
Okay, so 100
necessary.
feet difference may not make a difference in Afghanistan, but it certainly makes a difference when you're on helicopter Route 4 crossing civilian aircraft on approach to landing to runway 33, where there's only 75 feet of vertical separation. There's zero buffer, nothing. Yeah.
Oh my God. Thank you, Jennifer, for being just as angry as I am, but having the power to express your anger to the people who matter. Whereas I just bitch on the internet for,
Dr. Bramble, can you talk a little bit about your expertise? You're a national resource specialist for the NTSB. Talk about your expertise in human performance and some of your background.
Sure. I have a PhD in human factors from an interdisciplinary program in psychology and industrial engineering, and I worked for a flight safety, a flight training and simulation company for a few years. I've been at the NTSB for 27 years, investigating major accidents for the last 24 years, and I chaired the Human Factors Working Group for the International Society of Air Safety Investigators, and I currently chair the Government Specialist Subcommittee with other human factors investigators from 10 other countries.
Do you believe the limitations of see and avoid, which we've referenced back to 1968 in numerous investigations, 96 alone within the past 2 decades, could be overcome simply by telling a pilot to do better, pilot diligence in scanning for traffic?
No, we need to do a better job supporting pilots in that task.
And I'll come back to that. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to trying to figure out why PAT 25 crew didn't positively identify Flight 5342. Dr. Bramble, can you explain what expectation bias is?
Sure. It's sort of related to confirmation bias in that when you have a strong expectation about things going a certain way, you tend to notice confirming information and overlook disconfirming information.
And is expectation bias a well-known vulnerability in human performance?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we see it a lot, don't we?
Yes.
Captain McKinney, did Army 12th Aviation Battalion flight crews receive any specialized training on the route structure, including approach and departure paths at DCA?
They did not receive specialized training. The training they received was general aerial familiarization, and of course, their basic airmanship. They'd recognize, runway alignments and traffic in that way, but there's nothing specific about DCA.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that their expectations for where traffic would be arriving and departing from at DCA would be driven by their experience?
Yes.
Okay, rather than formalized training, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As we pointed out in that table I had up earlier, table 18, we see that about 90% of that traffic, even at night, going on a north flow, landing runway 1, majority of that traffic was landing on runway 1. So with their prior experience, I would say the majority of the time, if not almost all of it, they would have been seeing traffic landing on runway 1 and not on 33. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct, and that's what we heard in their statements also when we interviewed them.
So Dr. Bramble, would that lead to some expectation bias maybe?
Certainly, that's a perfect setup for it.
Yeah, I mean, I might have a little theory here and be speculation, but I don't think that hearing anything on 3.3 or the circling before 3.3 would have made a difference in this case, unfortunately. Knowing what expectation bias is, and if you don't have that traffic initially, but you're looking at a line of lights, that may have led them to continue to look towards runway 1 immediately. Just, it's a theory, but we don't know, and we'll never know. Let me move on to Mr. Wagner. I'm going to talk a little bit about ACAS XR. How has ACAS been adapted for the rotor wing aircraft?
ACAS XR is different from previous iterations of ACAS in that instead of just offering vertical maneuvers to aircrew, it offers also horizontal maneuvers. And additionally, the committee that's writing the minimum operational performance standards is looking at having significantly lower inhibit altitudes for XR when compared to XA or XO, for instance.
And you said commercially it's not available at this point, correct?
It's still in development, that's correct.
What are minimum operating performance standards or MOPS?
So minimum operational performance standards, MOPS, those are basically a set of criteria that an organization like RTCA develops to say what a company would need to verify that their product meets those standards in order to get a certified product.
Have those standards been developed yet for ACAS XR?
they are in development currently.
Okay, so my concern is the simulation that we run, what performance standards are used? Is it these ones that maybe they're thinking of having, or what do we know? What are the performance standards for the simulation?
So the simulation used performance standards that they are still in draft. There's some ability to modify those. However, in speaking with the committee chair just a week ago, he stated that they intend to have the standards finalized by December 2026, so within less than a year from now.
Okay.
So we believe that it's mature enough technology that we can make recommendations in those areas.
So the simulation software is a best guess at this point of how it's going to be, the standards are going to be?
I wouldn't characterize it as a best guess personally. I think that there's still a couple small things that they need to validate before they finalize the standard.
Okay.
I think Captain Stone may be able to offer a little bit more information.
Be quick, I'm passing my time.
No, I would say that the standards are 95 to 98% complete, so they're much more than just in development.
Okay, and how long have they been developing this for?
A long time.
Long time? Okay, thank you.
Member Inman.
I want to go back to this. This was actually an evaluation flight. So we know that there's evaluation going on, and I'm kind of concerned or wanted to figure out maybe this is human factors or actually an expectation bias. But we noted 27 mentions of wind and turbulence, a brief loss of the crew coordination on who was flying, a failed landing, and a pilot-initiated wrong turn, all during this evaluation flight.
I think they
At what
should have gone
point
home.
Does an instructor pilot say, we need to knock it off? It's time to end.
Well, this was a proficiency evaluation, you're correct. And so the pilots being evaluated on their ability to fly the aircraft, manage cockpit resources, navigate, whatnot. I think as an instructor pilot doing an evaluation, you're looking for an unsafe action or situation where you would call it knock it off. Otherwise, I think most instructors just continue with the flight.
Do you think instructor pilots are given enough latitude or at least direction on when they should knock it off?
Yes, it's totally their decision.
I know, but are they given enough training in that regard?
I believe so. They're specially selected because they have good judgment abilities.
Do you think that this IP was empowered to end it despite evaluating a senior ranking official?
Absolutely. He was the instructor pilot in command.
Okay. In their pre-flight risk assessment, do they take into account how many hours a pilot has recently flown?
Yes, they do.
And how is that weighted?
They use a risk assessment tool called an RCOP, and then that information is automatically integrated into the risk assessment tool, and a risk rating is generated. It's based on how many flight hours they have, the recency, in what modes of flight they've flown, and whatnot. So it's automatically generated.
And I think we've heard that all the crew members aboard both aircraft were qualified to perform their duties. But is there an attempt or a bias in order to try to know that we've got a deadline to get this done? We need to get it done regardless of what happened.
The investigation did not reveal anything like that.
Okay. This is just for my awareness too, and it was interesting whenever unfortunately, we do listen to the CVRs to make sure that we're getting the tone and tenor. And I've always heard of the sterile cockpit rule that applies under 10,000 feet for commercial aviation. Can you describe that?
Maybe Captain Stone can. He's an airline pilot.
Yeah, it's below 10,000. Usually it's 10,000 feet. Some airlines have it up to 18,000 feet, and it's basically only operationally significant information can be discussed. So you can't have a conversation about where we're going to go eat tonight or anything like that. So it's got to be directly related to the safe operation of that flight.
Does the same thing apply to the military or to helicopters?
Not with helicopters, no.
Helicopters
You're operating below 10,000 feet almost all the time.
So it's a different risk for a helicopter than it is for a fixed wing airplane.
Different risk.
They're treated differently, I should say.
That's correct. Helicopter operations are typically low altitude. You're always going to be communicating with your crew on the situation of the aircraft, looking for traffic, and navigating and communicating with each other about what's going on. So yeah, that's always going on in a helicopter.
Okay. And I know we talked a little bit earlier about the bias that these pilots had not been seeing aircraft arriving on 3-3 very often. Did we have a number of ATSAP reports on that? Did we find where this was specifically more defined at night? Do we have any data on that?
I think that's something that we'll be covering in the next panel.
Okay. I'll wait for the next round.
Thank you. This may be for Mr. Hoyt. Hi, Nathan. Welcome.
Hi, Nathan.
To the discussion. All right.
Welcome to the chat.
I referenced in my opening statement a 1968 mid-air collision, and again in 69, which was the worst air disaster in Indiana and remains so. We just passed, not a few years ago, the 50th, the mark of the 50 years since that occurred. And I mentioned the board's significant work in 1968 and 69 to hold mid-air collision public hearings in general and issue a number of recommendations, including, again, after 1968, recommending the expeditious development of a collision avoidance system and implementation on all civil aircraft. Also of note, in July of 1969, was the NTSB's first ever recommendation on another collision avoidance technology, positive train control. To prevent train-to-train collisions and to prevent incursions is basically a train slamming right into a work zone and hitting people. We issued a recommendation on positive train control, so numerous over the decades, over 50 years, that I could hardly count. It was many, many times, sometimes 6 times a year.
Good. How old is this
For
woman?
50 years, we issued that recommendation. In 1969, there was no standard for positive train control. There was no group that got together and agreed on a written document of a standard for positive train control. It didn't even exist. Did not exist. But we recommended it. And guess what? Yes, it took us 50 years to get there. But Congress mandated it. They mandated it because of our recommendation. But in between 1969 and when it was mandated and fully implemented in 2020, over 300 people died and 6,200 people injured, seriously injured. Death after death after death. It wasn't the first time we issued a recommendation where technology did not exist or there was no standard in writing. Let's just review 1968, when seatbelts came into play. We issued our first seatbelt recommendation, now knowing 450,000 lives were saved. Think about the tremendous pushback on seatbelts at that time. Nobody wanted to wear a seatbelt or install them in a car. But we were right out there championing it. 1970, we issued a recommendation to rapidly shut down failed pipelines, now known as automatic and remote control shutoff valves. Didn't exist in 1970, but we investigated 15-something explosions, including one at a daycare that killed so many people. So many people over the years. Excess flow valves is another one to shut off distribution pipelines before a house exploded. We kept after that one time and again. An excess flow valve didn't even exist at the time. Ground proximity warning systems, 1971. Wind shear detection technology, 1973. Car seats in passenger vehicles, 1983. Runway incursion technology, or ASDX, 1990. Direct pilot alerting, we're still after it, 1990. Automatic emergency braking, forward collision warning, 95. Fuel inerting systems, 1996. Electronic stability control, 2002. Advanced speed limiting technology, 2011. Connected vehicle technology, and thank you for Member Graham for championing connected vehicle technology. First recommendation, 2012, didn't exist. Drug and alcohol detection technology, whether it's DADS or driver monitoring, it didn't exist, 2012. If not us,
Be back. Mama did
then who? Every single time we have championed technology to push for lives saved. And when we issue a recommendation and FAA decides we can't do it this way, we need to find another one. Mr. Hoyt, is there an option for FAA to say, well, we can't do it this way, but we are going to do it this way?
Yes, if a recipient has another alternative plan or solution for recommendation, they can propose it to us and we'll consider it. If we think it's appropriate, we will propose an acceptable alternate action.
Thank you very much. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about technology now, too. I've been a big proponent of technology to help as a backup system out there. TCAS was a big deal when it came out. It has matured over time to be a really good thing, and it has saved my rear end a few times over the years with a resolution advisory. Unfortunately, in this situation, this accident, it had limitations where it wouldn't work, it wouldn't be effective. I think we've gotten to the bottom of that. So I want to talk a little bit about ACAS and ADSBN going forward here. I think it's important to point out I'm a believer in ADSBN, but I'm only a believer if we do it right and how it's integrated into the cockpit. Just to have it in is worthless, but if we do it right, what would that look like, Captain Stone?
What would that look like?
It would require that there be directional targets and that it's in a location on the cockpit, in the primary field of view of the pilot, so that they could see it. And also the audio for the alert integrated into their audio system so they could hear it.
Yeah, so I would agree with that. You know, what else would be good tied in with that? Would it be directional alert?
She's the
range,
NTSB
altitude?
chairwoman.
Yes, and one of our recommendations,
She's
we're asking that
manager of this bitch.
more information be given to traffic alerts, so that, and that's the first step in this, in developing situational awareness as to where the traffic is, where the conflict is, and we're recommending that be enhanced beyond what it is today.
I would agree. We've seen in the past just to have ADSBN and Ketchikan, or IIC, Mr. Fanning, that just having it without an alert or a visual alert was useless, was it not? And unfortunate. So let's talk a little bit about ACAS. Does it incorporate ADSBN?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So is that just one of the inputs to ACAS? Would that be correct?
Yes, ACAS can function off of interrogation and reply, just like TCAS does, but it has the ability to actually look at the geometry, which TCAS really doesn't look at geometry. So
correct. Is there an iteration of ACAS out there that would allow for the ADSBN to make the clock code range and altitude callouts?
There is no ACAS that's specified to do that today, but it could be.
Could be. Might be neat if we're going to use it. ADSB and with it, it would be nice for the crew. So these systems are great, but they're not the primary means of traffic deconfliction in most cases. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's primarily aircraft control separation and could be visual, which could include visual separation.
Correct. Yeah. And in this case, this unfortunately was an incorrect visual separation, I would say, on behalf of the tower and the aircrew in this case. And yet, if we had some of this technology in the future, maybe this accident doesn't happen. But it was a breakdown initially in the visual separation. I see my time's up. Thank you.
Member Inman.
I appreciate it, Chair, you bringing up the PTC, and it actually resonates with me a lot. And I would go back to whenever I was the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Department of Transportation, 2020, we actually got that implemented. But it also reminds me that it was another recommendation, and unfortunately from the Colgan air crash in 2009, that had been outstanding, the pilot record database that the NTSB had recommended. And it took from 2009 until 2019 to get the FAA to adopt that. And I will say this, I'm being on the receiving end of that, and I'm going to speechify a little bit, but it's going to take everyone in this room and everyone that's watching. I think we have a receptive administration, a receptive secretary, a receptive FAA administrator, but you have to continually put that in front of them. And that's how PTC, that's how PRD, Colgan families became huge advocates, and that's how they were successful in getting that done. So it's a good message to know that we don't give up, but no one else can give up either. So I just wanted to mention that. Let me go back to see and avoid. Are pilots trained differently to see and avoid versus a helicopter pilot versus a fixed wing pilot?
Not particularly.
Is it not just basic knowledge that you don't hit something? Sorry.
Yes.
Isn't that the core fundamentals? Don't hit something else. And yet we're using this terminology to see. Rocky, I see you back there laughing a little bit, but I know it's not funny, but it is. It's so ludicrous. It's kind of ironic.
It's hilarious.
Am I wrong in that?
I agree.
If I could add, I mean, in order to avoid something, you have to first see it and see and avoid. And I think we identified some challenges in this case for that.
I just wonder why we're continuing to let, and I don't disagree that the technology can help avoid part of that. But I go back to, we train people to see and avoid or request visual separation. It seems like it's just meant for the sake of expediency rather than it is actual safety. Is that a good assumption?
I think staff determined in this case that there was an over-reliance on it in order to ensure the efficient flow of traffic in the terminal area.
So it's more about getting the planes efficiently where they need to be.
We believe there was a drift in operating practices due to that pressure, yeah.
I think, shouldn't it be getting them there live versus efficiently?
Yes.
It's a little rhetorical, I know, sorry. In regard to night vision goggles, is there ever a time whenever a helicopter crew would advise the air traffic control, or they would let them know that we're in a training, either in a training flight, a proficiency flight, or using night vision goggles?
Right now, there's no requirement to do that.
But we've identified increased risk, obviously, when helicopters are using night vision goggles and operating in a complex airspace.
There's advantages and disadvantages in using night vision goggles, and all the helicopter operators in the National Capital Region use them because they think it's advantageous.
But it doesn't, they think it's advantageous because they're able to better discern oncoming traffic, or because we've seen from our visualization, it significantly reduces your field of view.
Right, for helicopter operations, you're flying at low altitude, so you're not just looking for other traffic, you're looking for ground obstacles and other aircraft that are lower to the ground, other helicopters. So the night vision goggles are a big advantage in that environment.
Dr. Brandel, did you have something you want to add?
I was just going to say, yeah, operating without them would likely increase the risk for helicopter crews, but we have made other recommendations that would reduce the risk of collision in the area, such as relocating the route so they don't have to spot oncoming airliners and increasing the use of collision avoidance technology.
Okay. See you another time.
Thank you. Rocky, does American Airlines have ADSB on 302 of their A321 aircraft?
Yes, they do.
That was cockpit display.
And it has a cockpit display in the pilot's primary field of view, yes.
Yes, I flew jump seat and was able to watch it in operation. Tim, you're a pilot. Do you have ADSB in?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And you have a receiver that you bought, it was a Garmin, probably a couple $100, right?
I think about 400, but yes.
And what does it provide you?
So the interesting thing, I'm not flying a 121 airline.
That's right.
But for me, I do fly a 1931 biplane. Okay, so this airplane has no electrical system whatsoever. I have to turn the propeller by hand to start it. But for $400, I bought an ADSB unit that Velcros to my panel, and using my phone in my ear, if I get traffic, I can hear the direction of that traffic, how far it is away from me, a clock position, and its altitude.
Great. Olivia, can you pull up the PowerPoint slide that I had sent to you all on the 48 seconds? All right, so what we're looking at here on your right is had PAT 25, they had a 4-flight. Do you have 4-flight, Mr. LeBaron?
That's the.
Yes, I do.
So you have ForeFlight with ADSB in.
Yes.
And so this, had they gotten that alert and had it been integrated in the helicopter, would have had 48 seconds before collision to do something. We know for a fact, or we know from our analysis, that they didn't realize that plane was there on the left. There was nothing. On the left here, we have flight 5342, and we did a simulation. They're barely even, I mean, they're just circling now from the Wilson Bridge 59 seconds before collision with ADSB, and they would have gotten an alert instead of 19 seconds, correct? Anyone?
That is correct.
That is correct. So would you rather have 19 seconds or 59 seconds?
Well, I'm not sure who the question's to, but I'd rather have the 59 seconds.
That's correct.
What would I do without you in my life, Captain Craig?
That's right. I mean, look how far
You
out they
did.
are. That is our
Look it up.
simulation.
But that was right there.
So let me tell you, with respect to ADSB, the NTSB has recommended ADSB out and in supported airborne traffic advisory systems that include oral and visual alerting functions 17 times since 2006 on Part 121, Part 135, and general aviation aircraft. In 2008, the board took a position in response to an FAA notice of proposed rulemaking which required ADSB out. That the NTSB expressed concern that the FAA did not plan to require ADSB in capability. We stated the safety board believes that the benefits of ADSB technology warrant rapid adoption. We stated our concerns in that letter. We said to FAA at the time said they had not identified as a requirement for maintaining safety and efficiency of NAS operations. We told that we disagreed, said their assessment was incorrect, and that equipage of aircraft with ADSB in capability will provide an immediate and substantial contribution to safety, especially during operations in and around airports. We went on to say ADSB in provides a ready method of sending warning information to pilots, providing confirmation of clearances, on and on. It is a backup. Because why? Humans make errors. We know this. Why do you have technology? I mean, Member Inman talked about, you know, they implemented positive train control. Guess who wrote it in legislation? That'd be me. Why? Because of your work. Over and over and over again. And so we went on.
Let's be real clear here. She is not only knowledgeable, sassy, smart, but putting the blame exactly where it belongs. The FAA. She is stating we have recommended this so many times over the last how many years, and it's still not done.
To continue recommending ADSB in. I wonder where we would be today if they actually did it when ADSB out was required. Where would we be today? Perhaps we wouldn't even be here. 59 seconds. 48 seconds. We might not have to be here. So my time is up, but I'm going to come back to this. Member Graham. Member Inman. Okay, just along those lines, I do want to stress when we're thinking about where we are today, I want to read the last two responses from FAA, and it predates this administration. Honestly,
hold on.
Thank you to Secretary Duffy, who has been a partner from day one. Day one on this. You know, when your first day on the job is a devastating tragedy, that stays with you for the rest of your tenure, if not your life. And what did he do? He committed to ADSB-in. And the last administration, June 26, 2023, a response from then acting administrator of the FAA, Polly Trottenberg, was the FAA's this is to us. The FAA's Air Traffic Organization and Aviation Safety Organization met to discuss this recommendation and review all guidance and requirements associated at the time in response to Ketchikan. Parts 91 and Part 135 and ADSB out and in, we determined that our current ADSB requirements adequately address the needs of aviation safety and will not pursue any additional ADSB requirements at this time. And then we had another one, the last from them was November 6, 2024, Mike Whitaker, response to us saying, based on our discussions, it has been determined that our current ADSB requirements continue to adequately address the needs of aviation safety. The FAA will not pursue additional ADSB operator requirements at this time. In other words, they were okay without and not in. For those that are watching, that's like having a conversation with a wall. In order to communicate two entities, out, you got to receive in. You got to take that information in. Now, in this case, you know, and I might be at 5 minutes. Do you want to? In this case, I want to ask one thing about TSB. If this aircraft had ADSB in, and we know that the Army's helicopter had ADSB out, would have been on, but it was programmed incorrectly on installation, so it was basically not transmitting out. But even if, and I've seen comments, it wouldn't have mattered. I've seen this in the press. It wouldn't have mattered if it had ADSB in, because that aircraft, that helicopter, ADSB out wasn't working. Do you agree with that? Am I going to ask Mr. McKinney or am I going to ask Mr. Chihoun?
So the helicopter was not transmitting ADSB out, but with the TSB service, that would provide the helicopter's position to ADSB in displays.
So in other words, even though the helicopter wasn't transmitting out, if that aircraft had ADSB in, it would have gotten information. Is TSB everywhere in the airspace?
No.
No, it's not, which is why we still need, I see the Army in the audience, this does not mean you don't get a pass on ADSB out. The TSB isn't everywhere. You have to have ADSB out and in. Okay.
Do y'all like comprehend what is being said here? Like, she is not scared of shit. This woman knows her job, is good at her job, is like, I don't care who the hell knows it, who the hell is gonna hate me for this. Guess what? This is the way it is. This administration helping, the last administration not. It's not limited to any particular administration. This is an FAA problem that goes deep. This is she did a while ago, she did a press conference on the legislation that was in Congress, the defense spending bill, that would have changed all the implementations that they changed around DCA after this incident, that would have basically taken all of those away in the name of defense. Defense of Congress and defense of Washington means putting more civilian lives at risk. Make that one freaking make sense. This whole situation is once again one of those situations that made me realize that Congress does not care about you. Congress only cares about themselves. And if it doesn't have anything to do with them, they don't care. You tell them. You tell them, baby girl. She's, yeah.
Anything further? Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break, lunch break. Apparently, I don't know what time it is, and 1 hour. We'll be back at 2:30. Thank you so much.
With that being said, we've been at this for 4 hours and 45 minutes. I think this is where we shall put a cap on today, and we will come back after lunch tomorrow. Well, we will come back tomorrow morning around 10 a.m. and do the rest of this in their afternoon. I will help you. Stop getting M&Ms everywhere. I have to clean up M&Ms before my office gets invaded with the Argentine ants that like to pick up food and carry it away. So I will be doing that. Also, I will be filming a short about, well, let me just read this for you, and then I will cut it down to a smaller situation tomorrow. We're just going to read this really, really quickly. Just really quick. Because this was posted today. This is for those of you who are paying attention to what the hails. This is an interesting email sent from Alexis Stommel. So stop. It's between the filing cabinet and the desk, so I actually have to move stuff. It's not just picking up M&Ms from the floor. It's the crack. It's the crack. Anyway, for those of you following, hold on one second. Sorry, someone is currently mad at me because she decided to hit me, and I took away her M&Ms. Pick up those M&Ms before one of the ants comes marching in. Pretty much, we get those little tiny ants. They're called Argentine ants, but they're the type of ants that literally, the way the guy described them was, they are literally the. I live in South Georgia. We have bugs. They're literally the type of ants that will pick up food and carry it away. But they like sugar and water. Hence South Georgia M&Ms. But they're in between my filing cabinet and my desk. So one of them has to move and I have to get the vacuum cleaner. So it's going to be a... Yes, Jeffrey, we are not getting on this spiders eat ants thing. I don't mind spiders under normal conditions, but spiders who will eat my flesh, I have a problem with. Brown recluses and brown widows, I have a big ass problem with. And anything that might send my daughter to the hospital because of a venomous bite, I have a problem with. So I know you keep saying this, but please knock it off because of the fact that the spiders that I am talking about getting rid of are venomous and flesh eating. Brown recluses and brown widows. I would really like them not to bite my daughter while she's playing outside in the garage or outside in the yard and have to go to the hospital. Just saying. Anyway, for those of you paying attention to the Levy County case, this is an interesting document that was sent to me from Alexis Stomel in Connecticut. High importance. Bruce Matskin, unauthorized practice of law. You know, the document felon that I am, this is what actual unauthorized practice of law looks like. You don't often get an email from Redacted. Good morning. I am the investigator from the Office of Chief Disciplinary Counsel in Connecticut. My office was notified that Bruce Matskin, a third party in case number 38-2024, the Levy County case, engaged in the unauthorized practice of law in the state of Florida. Since Mr. Matskin is a licensed attorney in Connecticut, my office was looking into the sanctions that were granted to see if reciprocal discipline was warranted. However, on the Levy County ORCS page, or OCRS page, I could only find the order granting the defendant's motion for sanctions pursuant to that, and the court actions notes ordering the sanctions from December 17th. Neither of the document states what the sanctions are. Is there a formal decision that is not on the court's web page? Any information you can provide will be helpful. Bruce, yeah, fucked up, boy. And not like Alexis is going to see this, but the reasons that these sanctions have not been actually done yet is because of the bankruptcy. Because remember, the bankruptcy, even though she brought this case, so it's technically not stayed, the judge and Randy were both cognizant, and frankly, the judge covered his ass with saying, yes, there are sanctions, but we will reserve what they are until after the resolution of the bankruptcy. But, oh, Connecticut, thank you, Connecticut. Oh, that's so interesting. However, he's from Massachusetts. He's barred first and foremost in Massachusetts. He lives in Massachusetts. Why isn't the Massachusetts bar getting involved either? All his disciplinary stuff have been with Connecticut, but he lives in Massachusetts. He's got a bar license in Massachusetts. Why isn't Massachusetts getting involved? Or should they? Interesting question, but Brucey, this is why you don't do this. I mean, y'all, I gotta say though, Brucey done fucked it up again. And on that note, we gotta go because it's been a while. I will see you guys on the next one tomorrow, 10 a.m., continuing this hearing because I can't wait to see what the actual recommendations are and if Chairwoman Hamidi will light a fire under the FAA's ass. Y'all have a great day. Thanks for hanging out with me. Bye.